Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Damn it. Thank you. Well, that sucks. I guess that's what I get for trying to be professional. Oh, well. Anyway, I was talking about what we are going to cover. Damn it, the joke. I muted my joke. Fuck. Well, screw it. We're just going to cover Jeffrey Epstein. Whatever. They released the things. They released the files. Well, phase 1 of the files. Conspiracy, like old conspiracy me was immediately like, ooh, let's take a look. And yeah, I can't find anywhere that has the actual thing. So if you guys can find the actual like the files, then I would love to just go through them. I at this point I'll devote the entire show to it, because I was watching or listening to a CNN report about it, and they were just like, yeah, it's boring. Just saying hi, gotta go to bed. Man, I actually, I got the perfect mix of CBD and THC edibles to go to bed, and man, it has been a game changer. I actually got my first, 8 hours of sleep in years, so that was nice. Yo, I'm gonna be in and out tonight listening to Steve Boots from the Ontario election. Awesome. Hey, man. We were gonna cover that too. We got the Ontario election. We got Jeffrey Epstein. So, no, cool. Hey, thank you for popping in and saying hello at least. I'm always bummed when Kirk is not able to hang out. because these late streams they get a little wily, man. You would definitely, I think, vibe with, especially if like Twitch chat starts popping off the way that it usually does. Man, those guys over there, I can't imagine they're too happy right now. Yo, Matash, what up? How you doing, man? I hope you had a good day. I was just talking about how we are going to be covering some of the breaking news. Literally, it's breaking, like as I'm covering this right now. This whole Epstein thing. So here we go. RFK Jr.'s mom, Mick Jagger, Alec Baldwin, and Courtney Love. Go figure that that these are the names that are coming out of it, but you'd think. Yeah, they were released to right-wing influencers, by the way. I'm not sure how late you go. Today is we kind of ride it out. It's think of it kind of like the Saturday streams where it's a little chill, but it's news heavy at least. Like, so I could go to midnight, 1 o'clock, who knows? But I just started. I literally just started, so I had D&D tonight, which you guys must know. That's the reason that I have to start the show at 8 on Thursdays. Well, every other Thursday. And occasionally some others, but hey. That's why I'm just open with you guys about it. Who cares? Plus, it's fun, you know? I get to talk about my D&D game a little bit, because we're getting in the very end of it. I just hit level 15. This is the highest level I have ever been in my entire life, so this is very cool. It's fun kind of playing like, God mode. But at the same time, I kind of feel like it's the economy, It's actually a very good analogy for how I feel about the economy is every time that I start getting, ahead, every time I start getting a new feat or I get, a stat where it's almost unbeatable, where it's just like, yes, you're gonna just roll 20s all the time. You don't even have to roll for them. But nope, care, because these baddies, they have like plus 20s, so it's just it nullifies it. And then I'm like, oh wait, that's literally like the economy, what they're doing right now with like with the inflation. And okay, guys, I want to cover this. I really want to cover this because it's personal now. I think that's how it goes for most Americans, right? That's what gets most Americans involved. Because yeah, it was easy for me to sit here from my little chair, commenting on it while not going out and really experiencing these things or seeing what's happening. The last week, I've pretty much just been here with you guys, and just at my house. So it was kind of wild to see, number one, how the prices have just instantly increased on everything. It's insane. And I went gas even. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. And then sure as shit, I'm at the comic shop today, and the nice part about the comic shop is it's like a barber shop for me, where it's a neighborhood thing where everybody comes in and they are not afraid to just, air their grievances, especially if there's a few people in the store, they'll hold off. But if it's just the, main guys, if you've ever watched Comic Book Men, I hate to say it's very much like that. We're very much like that, except we don't even work there. We come and hang out on a Thursday. We get there pretty, early and just talk, catch up, hang out, and then grab some dinner and then play some D&D. It's my favorite thing that I have as far as being able to have a consistent thing to look forward to with that. But with that being said, while we were kind of setting up for game, there were... Okay, so we had 1, 2... And then we had a third one come in later. So, 2 Trumpers pretty much came in back to back. And my comics shop owner, he started talking about how, you know, when the lease comes up, he might have to, you know, break some bad news. And, you know, none of us are going to take that well. I can tell you right now. I mean, I didn't take it well, but I kind of saw it as a harsh reality of what's happening. While I'm back, it's been called. Polls closed 10 minutes ago, and conservatives got it. Shit. What? The entire thing? Oh, no. Well, hey, you know, you guys had what? Hey, listen, don't freak out right now. If it starts getting Trumpy and you guys start losing your health care, then, you know, I think, you know what? Welcome to the revolution, guys. Like, welcome. Because I was just about to talk about that. Like, the economy is literally fucking crashing around us. I am seeing people who should be more than comfortable in their lives not comfortable in their lives. Like, it's insane. Like, I just found, like, these people are very open with how much they make. Again, like, for some reason, the comic shop is the barber shop, where they're just way too much info, but it's also very refreshing, because even though they were Trumpers, they were going on, they were just like, I made a record profit. I made a record profit this year, and somehow he's like, I can barely afford to live right now, and he's just like, I don't understand how this is happening. Pep megas are back. The megas, the magas, I don't know. The megas, pet megas. Oh, hey, yo, what up? I get it now. Sorry. I'm kind of going through the economy right now, and honestly, just seeing it, you know, this is anecdotal from my end, so just take it for what it is. But to actually see it, like, in a way that it was not this way even last week. You know, it was starting to feel like the vibe was going that way. But all of a sudden, I think people started getting calls from their landlords. Dude, I can tell you right now that I have a situation going on where I feel like they're trying to buy my fucking house from me, and it's getting aggressive. Like, borderline, like they're threatening me kind of thing, where I'm just like, what the hell? Yeah, dude, the megas. Oh, yeah, in X. Oh, yeah. Or ZA. Yeah. No, I was really excited about that announcement. Dude, that looks awesome. Also, I'm really... Did you catch the underhanded announcement where they finally are allowing our Pokemon Go, like, catches to go to the Pokemon home and then into Scarlet Violet? Like, hell yeah. And then we get to play Pokemon Battle? Hell yeah. This is nice for guys like me, where it's like, I actually have a pretty wild and well-curated collection as far as being able to win these, so... Anyway, I'm not going to Pokemon Stunlock too much, but yeah, no, I'm very excited. Also, yes, those are the ETBs that are so freaking hard to get right now that I can't even bring myself to open them. I got one of those for Christmas, and the other one was a surprise from the wife, where she came back from a grocery run, and she was just like, so you got lucky, but... She's like, I had to play the whole, are those the new ones? It was funny. I really appreciated it, though. It was really very cool of her. Yeah, I'm very excited for the, at least the Pokemon announcement today was very good news. But anyway, back to politics and back to a little bit more of the depression, because speaking of Pokemon, it's just, that's another thing that's gotten ruined and just decimated by fucking capitalism. These scalpers are insane, dude. Like, that's the reason that I was even talking about that, to be honest. It's... That box right there usually retails for around $54, right? MSRP. We'll go with that. Guess how much those things are selling for, like, on the secondary market right now, at the low end? $110. and like these scalpers, what they're doing is like none of them, like they're all like card shop owners or they're online card shop owners. So like when you see these TikTok videos of people like bum rushing Costco's, that's a real thing, man. I saw it myself. I didn't even know I was going to be part of something like that, because I thought for real, like, oh, we're collectors, we're going to actually have some, you know, it's not going to be a Black Friday situation. Yeah, it was. For another set. So yeah, it sucks. I actually had a little bit of a minor depression, like where I had like this realization that got ruined, where I'm like, oh, I can't even enjoy this. Like I can't like my escapism is now being just destroyed by capitalism. It's the same with video games. You can't get physical copies of games that just load. You need to have an account. You need to have all these things where they can either market to you or sell your data, which is a big one, like EA. Fuck them. I'm so mad that every game that they release now requires you to sign in. That's bullshit. Like seriously, I know I sound like a real old man, and like because I grew retro gaming. You mean gaming? You mean like, yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog, Mario, all that shit. Like, that's just gaming to me. I still have most of my stuff where it's just, no. But I want to go back to that. I want to own my stuff. I want to have complete games at one time, you know? The fact that Marvel Rivals did what they did, where they just fired the entire creative team and the head creative director, and they're just gonna AI the shit. Like, they took what they did and they're just gonna AI the shit out of it. They don't need a story, so they don't need writers or anything like that. So they've got the code, and the code isn't gonna change much. So it's beyond depressing. All right, so anyway, yeah, definitely seeped into Pokemon, and it's gonna kill comic books too for me a little bit, because I've already seen it. The first book got hit today, where last week or 2 weeks ago it was $4.99. Now it is $5.99 to get that same book, same amount of pages, and guess what? No, like, dude, the reason that I buy Spawn, I barely read Spawn, but I still collect Spawn because it's $2.99, and it's cardstock too, I will say. At least Todd McFarlane gives us that. Hey, Bloodstone, how you doing? Jeff, how you doing, dude? Sorry, guys, I just kind of realized you're popping in here. All right, so I have a question. Tomorrow's supposed to not buy. Does that include dispensary? Decent dispensary? I mean, they collect taxes on it, but dispensary's fine, especially if Friday's your normal day. I'll allow it. There are some things that, you know, I hate to say this because everybody's kind of being a little hard on this one. I got yelled at earlier in an online chat room about this. That made me sound old as fuck. But yeah, I voiced my opinion on Discord, and it was a mistake because I was just kind of like, well, what if your grocery shopping day is Friday? They're like, then go Saturday. I'm like, I hate shopping Saturday. Have you ever shopped on a Saturday? I have the very first comic book with Spawn. Nice. Well, which one? Is it Spawn #1? Because technically his very first appearance was in a Malibu press, in a previews. But I'm such a dork. The one you have, if it is Spawn #1, is technically the one that's worth a little bit more. And when I say worth, it's worth about like $60. You could, even in like a rough shape, you could get like $60 for that. So if you're ever looking to part with it, you can do that. I'm not looking to, trust me. I suggest you keep your comics, because why not? I don't understand this whole, for the investments. It's like, sure it is. I mean, I used to tell my dad that just so he kind of felt like I wasn't, you know, wasting my money, or wouldn't tell me I was wasting my money. Pay cash, buy local. Yeah, that's the big thing, is buy local, pay cash. Yeah. Sorry, why can't we? It's the national blackout. We're trying to kind of make a statement that these billionaires, you know, They need to notice us. So one day is what we're calling for, where nobody spends money on a credit card specifically, because like we want the credit card companies to be the ones that really take the brunt of this, where they don't get any fees, and then yeah, we boost the local economy. So yeah, local stores are totally fair game. Comic shops totally fair game. You know, smaller grocery stores are fair game, but if I hate to, like, I'm not trying to make people do like a bunch of research either, where it's like, if you're Kroger, you know, but realistically, it's like, dude, like, just try to keep it to mom and pop shop. But I did most of my shopping today to make sure that I don't have to go out tomorrow for that. So, yo, Kenzie, what's up? Kenzie Page. Oh, Matesh. Yeah, it is nice. Wait a minute. I just missed Dave. Okay, I kind of get that. I'm a dumbass when it comes to different products. I don't know. I've got over a year. Jeez. That's crazy. Dave, I was going to go get more today, but then I thought if I had a year's worth of beer here, might look like a problem. Well, a year's worth of beer is not great because you need to drink it before it skunks. Especially if, like, God forbid you actually got it in, like, a cold truck. Oh, God. Because I remember somebody said that. They're like, yeah, that's, like, my dream is to get a cold truck of, like, a cold storage truck of beer. I'm like, what? I'm like, no. Like, why? Then your beer's all gonna get warm and skunk, and, like, no. That's, like, a lot of beer waste. But whatever. Nice, Jeff. Once I found a dispensary with 40 for, yeah, I got some, listen, guys, I want to talk about that a little bit later in the program before, you know, we're too early. If we're in the first hour, I want to keep this, not talking that. I'm maxing out my credit cards tomorrow. I'll max it out on my channel. Oh, shit. Sorry. Help a streamer. Oh, I also did just realize I forgot to put this up. Give me 1 second. Oh, because it's duh. I was like, why isn't it letting me set it? Sorry. I didn't realize that we're that close to March. Oh my god. Yeah, but my... Oh, wait. I forgot you started late today. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll max out 50k for you. Damn. That would help me. That would help me take care of a... Shit, dude. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to go too deep into my bullshit, but God. All I can say is homeowners insurance is a fucking scam. And I cannot understand, you know, something as simple as wind damage getting fucking just... I'm still pissed. I can't even about that. I don't even want to fucking go there. Free Luigi. Dude. Ugh. Trump is goated, kids. Yeah. I mean, sure he is. I don't know, man. It's funny. After going out and actually, like, touching grass and, you know, talking to people and hearing what they're going through. Yeah, it's not great out there, man. It's not great out there. The people, like, who voted for Trump, who I know for a fact voted for Trump, are starting to, like, feel the heat, and they're just like, you know what, man? I want to, because they one guy that came into the comic shop, he even says, like, I want to say he's doing a good job, and I think that this Doge thing, it's a good idea. He's like, but the way that they're doing this doesn't make any sense, and a lot of people are getting hurt by this. It's just like, oh, no shit. Like, it took everything for me not to chime in. And it was funny because my buddy was just like, just kind of staring at me. It's like, okay, I won't say anything. I won't say. You're forced to get car insurance, right, to protect your enemies, but when they obviously crash into you, your insurance company doesn't want to give you shit. Yeah, honestly, it's the reason that I don't have a dash cam. I don't have a dash cam because they can, for every time, like, they try to tell you, like, oh, it's not like that thing that, I forgot, it plugs into the computer of your car. It's like the progressive snapshot, I think it's what it's called. Never get that, because again, what they're doing is they're monitoring your speeding, and like they're like, if you're one of those like grandmas that really is of the mind of, I never do anything wrong, I don't care if Big Brother's there because then they can see that I'm just a perfect human being that deserves to pay less. Like, what the, I guess, but that's who they're trying to, like, they're trying to convince people that everybody's like that, but they never think about it, where it's like, no, the accident you get in, then they deny it, or they snapshot, like, they get monthly snapshots, so they'll increase the rates of your insurance based on the snapshots. So like, that happened once with somebody that was using that, where they had never had an accident, but all of a sudden their rates got jacked up, and he was just like, dude, I have no idea. I'm like, wait a minute, are you speeding? He's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, the puck speed limit is designed so everyone got a bit over. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why every time that I've gotten one that's like under, I've gotten a speed limit ticket and fought it, where they pulled me over for going one over, a 26 and a 25. And the guy showed up for court. My favorite court date I've ever attended, because the judge looked at that officer and said, I want to talk to you at my bench. And he approached the bench. I can't hear shit. Like, they mute everything, and they're just... And he, like, does this. They tell me that I just owe a fee. A court fee. They told me they're dismissing the case, and they're just like, you can go, and if he ever there, and he just he looks at the guy, who's just like, never waste my time with a case like this again. And I was like, ooh, you got in trouble. That felt kind of good. But yeah, man, the general rule, I think, is this everywhere? I'm not sure, because I know that we have a lot of people from like across the world, but also in America. Is it like the general rule's 10 miles, right? Like, it's the error, yeah, the margin of error, because also they've proven this. I remember watching one of the Top Gears where they actually proved that no two speedometers are actually tuned like that. So like, if you have a Kia and you have a Toyota, the Toyota might like read 30, where the Kia is like, and you're going the exact same speed, but that Kia for some reason is reading 28. So yeah. LOL, no concept of margin of error. It's so, I mean, I just don't understand like cops like that. But the thing is, I've dealt with enough of them. I dealt with it in in my neighborhood, where I was like, oh, I thought I knew like all the cops, and of course it was the new guy. That did lead to it, where it's just like, oh, bro, what the hell? Like, I thought, it's like, I'm your direct, like, I'm directly, like, I live very close to you guys. Like, what are you doing? It's like, I thought we had an understanding here. My friend got a ticket for going one over on Thanksgiving one year in Ohio. Oh my God. Okay, so I had a situation where I was crossing states, right? And I had to cut through Ohio, and I got pulled over. God, I must have been doing 10 over. I mean, I was speeding. I'm not gonna pretend that I wasn't. But the problem was that, like, they were very adamant that I show up for that court date, and I was just like, I can't. Like, I don't live here. And, like, the way that they treat out-of-staters, it's like, no, they definitely... That's a racket. I'm going to say it right now. That's something that's going on that's, like, planned. Because it's the same way that we all know that like, there's every state has a quota. Every single state has a quota, and all of us do the same thing. We're like, oh, you must be trying to fill your quota, because it's like, oh, you can get into that point, eh? 10 miles is a bit much. 10 miles is, I think 5 miles is the fair one, but I thought that it was just understood that if you're within that 10-mile range, then cops generally wouldn't F with you. So, I don't know. Jeff the Court Wizard. I've gotten 3 speeding tickets. Went to court, got out of all of them. Got one thrown out for my son, too. Nice. Yeah, if you show up, especially if you have, like, a good demeanor, usually they do, like, throw them out. Got traffic school. That sucked. I forgot about that one, too. I got, not for that one. Not for the, going, that fast. This one I was pushing that 10. Let's put it that way. I was definitely getting a little too lenient, so, whatever. Traffic courts suck, but the thing that about like traffic court is traffic school is after I took it, I became that guy where I started looking at everybody on the road. I'm just like, you're breaking the rules of the road. You're breaking the rules of the road. You're breaking the rules of the road. And then literally I'm just like, nobody knows how to drive. Bloodstone, I lied. One of them, I got ripped up by the chief of police. There may have been a 12-pack involved. Oh, yeah, lucky. Some people are lucky like that. Well, I mean, at one point I did get kind of lucky like that, where one of my friends, like, he just dropped it on me casually too. Like, we were smoking together, and he's just like, yeah, man, my dad's like he wasn't the chief of police, but he was like a commissioner or some shit. And he was just like, yeah, man, I could totally get you like one of those FOP sticker things. I was just like, and his dad was just like, yeah, you want one? Here. Okay. Yeah. Just so you know, that's how they look. I'm gonna break it. Like, yeah. If you see an FOP sticker, like I know it stands for Fraternal Order of Police, but it stands for Family of Police. It's a family sticker, and it's literally okay, if you got that, okay, you gotta keep your nose clean. Especially if you hand over a card with it. Yeah, guys. This is the secret world of how people get out of shit, especially in the, upper middle class. It's fucking insane how much I saw that shit. Anyway. Pulling over out of state cars is something that has been happening forever. The count on you not being able to show up. Yeah. No, I know. And especially now, like, that you have online payments, it's insane that they wouldn't let you do that. And I remember just being like, wait, I can't pay online? What? Like, this was well in that time that I could, so. Oh, shit. Inverted Mystic, my bad. All of your comments actually got pushed over. Give me 1 second. Here, Snapshot is ridiculous, but your own dash cam is useful. Your own dash cam is useful, but if you get into a car accident and they can use it against you, that's my whole thing. Because you can never count on it not being your fault. You never know. In North Carolina, you can go 5 miles over the speed limit. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was 5. For the most part. I just thought that like 10 was kind of like the, wink wink, we get it, but be careful. No, you're right. No, it's 5. It is 5. Now that I'm thinking about it, no, 10 is like the limit. That's where it is like, okay, no, I kind of crossed the line. If you're gonna pull me over, I kind of understand. Yeah, no, you're right. 10 miles is a bit much. 5 is norm, 10 is back roads. If you're feeling frisky, yeah. Because if the police dude wants to be a dick, no, you're 1000% right. Inverted. You got it. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was kind of like, yeah, saying 10 because I mean, where I live, most people go 10 over. I'm just gonna be completely real with y'all. But if we see that cop, then we're all just like, nope. That happened to me today. That actually, funny enough, that happened to me on my way home. Just a cop sitting right in the middle of the road. I slowed down before anybody else, and this guy weaves past me, and I'm like, oh, you have fun with that one, bud. I love that shit. When somebody, it's like, oh, you just became the guy. Like, you're the mark. Yes. Cop once took my keys trying to scare me. That happened to me. I don't want to talk about the stuff that happened to me with the cops. That'll put me in a really bad mood if I do. So I'm just going to say I've had just not good times. I've had more bad times than not. And this is why anybody that's like, if anybody just like blindly backs the blue, it's an automatic. That blue line on that flag, it makes it a red flag to me. Because I'm just like, nah. Tells me everything I need to know. They wanted to put points on my son's license, and I was able to argue him down to fees only. Expensive, but not as much as insurance would have gone up. Nice. Yeah, insurance, yeah. That's the thing, too. Like, I also feel like that's kind of rackety. Because I'll tell you what, man. This whole health insurance thing now, where I'm starting to see people really afraid of them rolling back some of the ACA stuff, specifically pre-existing conditions. Fact of the day, 73% of the times, 100% of the cops suck. I guess, yeah. Ambulance bills, I will never pay. We don't have a choice here. The way that they bill us is they bill us through the municipality. It's not even the hospital. Yeah, man. That one sucks. I can tell you right now, I've driven myself to the hospital twice when I shouldn't have. I can tell you with certainty that I drove myself to the hospital with a concussion. Right after a hockey game, and I was just like, no. I told them not to call that fucking ambulance. Yeah, I still kind of wonder to this day why somebody didn't offer to drive me, you know, whatever. Either that or they did, and I just do not remember it because it was a very bad concussion. But then again, the hospital was literally a few blocks away, and I was just like, no. I just like I held onto the steering wheel. I'm just like, okay. Definitely not proud of that though, because that was scary. Like that was super scary. The other one that I did was a severe like I thought that I had appendicitis. Turned out that was when I had my kidney stone. It was fun. But yeah. My point with that is now I'm worried with any of that shit even happening. It's like, oh, great. Will my premiums go up? Will my insurance just drop me? Like, I thought about going and getting a physical recently because I haven't gotten one in a few years, and I'm not sure if I can or like if it's going to be covered. Like it is getting fucking scary out there, guys. This isn't just hyperbole anymore. It's not just a bunch of leftists doing their thing. Like, oh my God, we lost the election. Oh my God, let's go like be alarmist about everything that Trump does, which honestly, I am getting a little more aware of that. Yeah. If it's something that I can ignore, that I honestly like, it's a story that I would just pass through like in my everyday life and just be like, whatever. Not even gonna focus on it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm sorry. We need to focus on like what they're actually like trying to accomplish, because you know, like we've been saying with the shock and awe bullshit, they just want us to focus on all of it, so we're not focused on the important ones. And I do know this, man. The SSI is a big one. that Trump's playing with fire, bro. I'm just gonna say it. Again, this is where I was going with me being outside, touching grass, hearing some other voices out in the distance, from attached to other people. Yeah, it's crazy when that happens after you've like been inside for a while. You're like, oh my god, I don't like this. No, it is nuts though. Like for real, they are pissed. And people are, it's not even that they're pissed. Like, the Trumpers aren't out there like just, yeah, man, I feel like, it's not what people wish it was, where it's just, I have buyer's remorse, blah, blah, blah. No, they're literally going like, oh, things are getting worse. And I feel like I need to blame somebody. The big one's Elon. Somebody said it yesterday in my chat, and I think you were, I'm not sure who it was, but somebody said that Elon is the patsy. You're right. I think that you nailed it. I think that they are using Elon as the scapegoat. So with all of this, no matter what, Trump doesn't take the hits. And I think that if that is the case, that might play into that 5D chess thing a little bit. A little bit. But then again, man, he's getting emasculated hard, dude. Just optically. Look at the way that the last few joint sessions with Elon have gone. You got that interview with Sean Hannity. Definitely, I mean, he was like, look at this fucking weirdo. Like, he might as well have said that out loud. It was just, like, so blatant. Mary Spirit. But this is how we got here. We weren't paying attention to what they were doing. RS are thieves, among other things. Yes, Patsy. Yeah. Hey, Mary Spirit. Wait. Is that Duke? Well, sorry, Mary Spirit. I'm not trying to accuse you of being someone else, but you got the same avatar as somebody else in here. Or a very similar one. Huh. Oh, no. Duke has a mod status, so yeah. You are, that's cool. You guys got similar cat pictures. An 18-year-old girl ended me a year ago. She was terrified she'd be in trouble, insurance, etc. I told her I have done more damage to my truck on weekends, but forget it. No, you're nice. The name is Mary for reals. No, cool. No, that's cool. No, I got confused there because every once in a while, my chat gets cheeky. They like to either maybe go to an alt account or they'll change their name on their account just to mess with me. So I thought that maybe you were him, because you had this, again, it's the cat with the sunglasses. His has tie-dye in it though. So, yeah, yours is different, but yeah, Bernie. Yeah, Bernie, right? Still a Bernie, bro, despite the fact that I don't think that he should run. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think that what we need to do is, we really need to do this. LOL, no, I am new. Oh, cool. Well, you're already a member, so that's cool. I appreciate that. I think that you were gifted a membership through Mitesh. It was either Mitesh or Kirk. So you can thank either one of those guys. Or, wait. Scott as well. I feel like I missed one, though. Bernie's doing rallies. No, he's based as fuck, and he is, yeah, he's, selling out crowds, man. It's crazy. He is definitely bringing, the right amount of attention. But here's my issue, is that MAGA needs to see this shit, and they're not. And I have noticed that my social media has been bubbling the crap out of me. If I didn't have ground news, honestly, I wouldn't even be aware of a lot of the stuff out there that they're saying. So I'll just take this opportunity to just say it real quick. Shout out Ground News. They're a sponsor of my show, and honestly, if you guys don't already have a subscription, please get yourself one. Just try it out. You get 40% off if you use my my code. But this has been really helping me, especially in the mornings when I want to do my news breakdowns, because I'm not sure if you guys are like me. I like to have my coffee and just kind of, it's kind of like reading the newspaper. Well, this is the way I do it. I literally get to see where my news is coming from, left or right, and it tells me who's reporting on it from what perspective. This one's interesting too because there is no center perspective. You got a left-wing perspective and a right-wing perspective. So you got new Jeffrey Epstein contact list released, includes RFK Jr.'s mom, Mick Jagger, Alec Baldwin, and Courtney Love. Now, I wonder why they just released those names, because that doesn't really seem to make much sense, right? Well, let's check out. Did they leave out anybody? Oh, this is a developing story. Check back later. Cool. That's cool. I do find it funny that, okay, so Mick Jagger, Courtney Love, they suck. The whole Alec Baldwin thing, it's so funny and so obvious why people hated him, because he actually did a really good Trump impression that bothered the crap out of the guys. So it became a MAGA thing, and they're just like, look, he killed that poor girl. Which, shut up. Shut up. You want to talk about gun accidents? Like, come on. Go back to Pat Tillman and then fucking, like, actually, like, I don't know, maybe accomplish something, but stop pretending that you care. I always hate that shit. Using it for their own means. Oh, sorry. I just realized I swore. Ignore that. That wasn't part of the ad. That was me backing out. Okay, so with ground news, as you can see, another thing that I love about this is just how easy it is to navigate, where you can get all these news stories, and the way that it's tiered too. So say you go to a story that is behind a paywall, you can get the top tier, and it'll pay for it'll pay to break through any paywall. So definitely recommend it. Even I don't have that one though. Let me link it, and then we can actually do the rest of the news. So I appreciate you guys listening to that. And for real, if you guys can try it out, it really helps out my channel as far as getting me some good browning points on their end. So if you guys can try it out, I really appreciate it. And also, it'll help me continue to use them as a sponsor, because, yeah, man, they're the only sponsor I have. I went after them, and as I said, man, if you guys are news junkies like me, and obviously, if you're watching this show, you've got to be. Yeah, get yourself ground news. Nice commercial sellout. Kept getting paid by big news. Yes. I wish I could show you my dashboard to show you just how much I'm getting paid by ground news. I'm gonna stop right now. I'm just gonna give you a little hint. That's why I'm saying get yourself that a ground news subscription, because yes, that would really help me out as far as keeping them as a sponsor. So God, I'm too honest with you guys sometimes. Mary, yes, but oh, also, if you guys want to help out the stream here, I got my tip goal here, and honestly, right now it would really help me out. So, and also, you can get yourself a membership, or you can donate over on YouTube. If you donate over on YouTube, you guys can do super chats. For super chats, we do treats for the dogs, $2 for small treats, $5 for big treats, and yeah, we also can give me a follow over on Twitch with some Bezos bucks, because those are the ones that I really appreciate. So, if you were a real socialist, you would abolish money by not having any. Yeah, I know. No, I never got that. I never got that hate, like the people that were attacking Hassan, where they're just like, oh, so you you're trying to make money as a socialist. But that's also why I'm very real about my positions in life. That's why I don't say that I'm like full socialist. I do say like, no, I want to work within the system that is going to be here for a while. I would love to actually push towards making that a pure socialist system, but we got baby steps. So, but in order to help that cause, we gotta get more content creators out there. I have kind of figured that one out. So if you guys enjoy my stuff, it really helps me out. The likes and the subscriptions are the ones that really help. So make sure that you guys are doing that. Like with anybody that you appreciate in these political spaces, please do that. Like check out, shout out Angry Ginger. He has been giving me shout outs. He's an awesome dude who does some awesome content. So, yeah, let's give him a shout out. Oh, pets for the buddy. Whoa, he gets a donut.
$5.
Okay.
Pats for buddy.
Oh, buddy. Pats for buddy. Oh, dude. He's not even wagging his tail. You understand how excited he has to be for not wagging his tail? Wow. Oh. Boy. Well, I'm so proud of you, dude. He's been so good tonight. He does get like a little more lovey when I leave the house. Yeah, you know. I think that's one of my favorite parts about dogs. It's also one of the saddest parts about dogs is how they don't have a concept of time. So like every time I leave, I'm like, no, he thinks I'm leaving forever. I'm just like, no, my buddy. But when I get home, it's like I left forever. And I'm telling you, every single time, he goes absolutely bonkers. He has this thing where his tail is way too big for his butt. So like if he wags his tail too hard, he will literally like swing it to the point where he'll knock himself over and he'll just like he'll slide and just go like, ah! It's so funny. I love him. Oh, damn it. Inverted Mystic, it happened again. Crap. You know what? Here, I'm gonna just move Twitch chat over here. Then I can move this over here. Daughter's beagle will sit and wait for treats, but she starts drooling. It's hilarious. Yeah, he does that too. He has vitamins that taste like peanut butter that he thinks are treats, so I get to call that treat time. I can't say that too often. But yeah, it's really funny because he'll just go, aw. And he doesn't drool like normally, so it's kind of hilarious. All right, Inverted Mystic, let me catch up on your stuff over here. Same for Luigi. All right. My dog ate my ambulance bill. I did see that one. I didn't read that though. Leftist alarmism is truly why the left is lost. I'm sorry. It is though. No, you're not. I'm starting to come to terms with that, man. I was meditating yesterday, and sorry, I don't mean to misjudge. I literally, that's just my vernacular. So like when I say man, I mean man. Yo, dude, man, bro. I think you all know that by now, but I just want to make that known to everybody. But yeah, it's oh shit. Damn it, happened again. Guys, I think it's because I have Jeffrey Epstein in the title. They're doing a media blackout because my this happened yesterday too, where my chat would black out over on my my studio programs. This one just froze though, and it won't even let me here. I gotta reset it. Okay, cool. No, it's not working. There it goes. All right. Pre-January 6th, you guys were calling him a fascist. Now How could you possibly know that they did that before he was elected? That's why when he was actually a fascist, no one gave a damn. Well, no, that's not true, because in 2016, people weren't calling him a fascist during like his ascension. It was literally during his presidency is when people started developing that language. No, that's I feel like that is unfair, because that is also kind of ignoring the fact that he was doing fascist shit before. Like, this whole overuse of language, what I don't like is the fact that we're the only ones that are focusing on that. We're the only ones that are ever on the back foot. Like, God, I mean, I know I do. I'm gonna speak for myself as a leftist. I get sick of being pushed around. I feel like it's constantly, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? And it's constantly just us going, okay. And finally, when we go, they're just like, you hit me. Why would you hit me? Why would you hit me? And then we go, oh, I'm sorry. Like, that's our sin right there. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. You hit me. And, dude, this is literally American politics right now. This is left versus right politics. Am I wrong? Like, it's insane. No, the alarmism, I will say, and it's not leftist alarmism this time. It's honestly blue who still think that Kamala, the blue MAGA, or blue Kamagla. There we go. The Kamaglas. Because literally, they are talking about how if she only won, then this would, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and it's all, and they're the ones putting all the doomer shit out there that doesn't matter. Like, they're the ones, like, doing the super alarmist shit where they're already counting their SSI gone instead of actually reading into it. Like, that's what I don't like. I don't like the fact that they're also not offering sources. Brian Tyler Cohen has been doing a really good job with this, where he hasn't been doing the alarmist bullshit. He's only been offering all the fucking facts, like, that he can as they come in. It's just, God, I feel bad for that guy. He reports all day on this shit. Pre-January 6th, you guys were calling him... Oh, pre-January 6th. I just reread that, and that actually made sense. Yeah. No, he was acting like a fascist pre-January 6th, too. Like, what? Guys, there were, like, Trump was, like, fascist pre-2016 with no evidence. Nah, they really weren't. And, like, the ones doing that, again, I think that those were the ones that were going, no, Trump is a bad person, not fascist. Those are like, a lot of this is also ignoring the fact that a lot of people were just trying to tell the people, like, no, he's a liar, he's a cheat, he has screwed over, these people, he has not paid these people. Like, there was a lot of that honestly any other candidate would have never gotten past. So, like, that's another thing you have to really be fair with. And that's why the Trumpers were like, la, 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 we're not listening. No, and that's not fair. That's also giving them too much credit. See, I'm not doing that. Why? Why should I give them any fucking credit when the last 4 years, Let's Go Brandon was, and like, Brandon apparently was like the leader of the deep state, and everything was going wrong because of Brandon, and Brandon. The thing is, we just took it. And then they do the bully shit where it's like, look at you left. Oh, you're whining. No, fuck this, dude. Like, honestly, I'm glad that I have the positions I do, and I have been uncompromising. Nobody can go through my content and just be like, look, Pep is betraying his leftist values. It's like, no, I'm not. I've been very consistent in my points of view. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to fucking sit here and be bullied. I know fucking bully tactics and gaslighting when I see it, and that's everything that's coming out of the fucking Republican Party lately. They're so scared right now that they're failing so quickly. So, like, dude, it hasn't even been a fucking full month, or it hasn't even been a full 2 months, and they are failing this fucking hard to where every American, not just the left, is feeling it. Oh, except for the ones that, we should protect because that might be us in the future. And somehow they convinced, people making $40,000 a year that they need to protect billionaires. I'm still sick of that one. Yes, overstated. In that specific way, like, Facebook has really ruined shit. I'm gonna say this too. The memification of fucking actual, like, movements, and the fact that we can look at that and just be like, no. Except the rich. Yeah, exactly. BTC and every news outlet should have not ignored the massive cheating in the election. The numbers show Harris won. I mean, some of the numbers, like, it's not the numbers that show Harris won. When I look back at it, it's the purging of the voter rolls that they just were not on top of the fact that, I hate to say this, you have a lot of people that just didn't care to check, even though up until that point, everybody was saying to check. Like, God, I can't tell you how many times I was like, make sure you check your voter registration. I checked it twice because I was made aware. I'm like, oh, they tried to challenge my voter registration. So that was a big thing, but I don't know, man. Challenging, because the other thing that they did is, this is where I'll agree with Inverted Mystic on this one, is because of the impeachment trials and being obsessed with him and trying to get him in jail and all of it. Giving him all of that negative attention actually did him favors. I don't care what people think. It's true. The general American populace did start thinking it was a witch hunt. They couldn't just leave him, they couldn't just leave some shit alone and just go, okay. But no, they had to try and get him on one thing. And that's also what sucks, is like, that's why they did this, like, scattershot of court cases where they were just like, look, he is that corrupt, where he actually did that shit. The one that gets me is the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. What the actual fuck? That should have been the end of it for everybody. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. Like, that should have been the end of it. And somehow he convinced his base. What do you mean? I had every right to have those in the bathroom, I don't care. Like, we need extra toilet paper. In this economy, you have to understand, at that time, it was Biden's economy, and there was no toilet paper to be found. This is definitely far beyond what I was expecting, dude. Is so wacky. It's wild. I didn't expect it to be this bad. I knew that they were going to do shock and awe, but I didn't know that they were going to do shock and stupid. Like, especially with Doge. Because, like, the thing is, it just came out today that, like, the three big... Here, I actually saved this specifically for this, because I was like, nah, I'll bring this up. Doge quietly deletes the 5 biggest spending cuts it celebrated last week. U.S. aid, $8 billion cut at ICE was actually for, or it was actually for $8 million. 365 or 655 million in cuts at U.S. aid were actually a single cut erroneously counted 3 times. A $323 million dollar cut at Social Security was actually just for $565,000. So yeah, okay. There's that. So, like, for anybody that's also, like, watching their Fox News, getting their propaganda, because Lord knows that they can't go to Costco and not have their propaganda loaded, because they got to convince themselves, price is high because Biden was president. That's it. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Dude, consumer confidence is at an all-time low. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you that 1000%. Like, I'm seeing exactly what's being left at the stores. I at least have that keen eye where I'm just like, oh, okay, it's the essentials that people are going for, and that's why people are freaking out about eggs. It's like, oh yeah, eggs is a cheap protein, or was a cheap protein, and now you got idiots out there. I hate to say this, dude, but, like, dude, okay, maybe I won't call him an idiot. I'll just say what he said was stupid. Matt Leck was on fucking Majority Report, and he was just like, yeah, I think that it'd have to get to $2 per egg before it's too expensive for me to buy. I'm just like, play that back, like, literally clip it and play it back over and over and over again. For the capitalists at, you know, wherever, I was about to say Big Egg, you know, Eggman. It's literally Eggman from frickin' Sonic, like, ha ha ha. God. But yeah, literally, like, so you're just gonna say that that's what you're comfortable paying? Because get used to it, because that's what it's gonna be now. That's how this works. That's what this is. Like, somebody said it. They were like, this is the most obvious case of them adjusting inflation and just telling people that this is how it's going to be, and it's the Democrats' fault. And like, so many people just bought hook, line, and sinker, bro. Like, it's terrifying. But hopefully, number one, the Democrats don't fucking ruin this electoral. Let's put it this way: if they ruin this electoral shot in 2026, that is like, that's the actual end of the Democratic Party. They'll never win another election again. Like, at that point, we can bury it, and then we can finally be the leftist party. Like, that might be nice, because I have a feeling that dude, with everything that's going on right now, if the left, and I'm gonna speak for us broadly here, I'm gonna speak for me as a content creator, I'm going to focus on making sure that everybody understands just how bad it is for specifically people making under $300,000 or less. I mean, I already know that we got some people in here that make well beyond that, and they're protecting their assets in that regard. Whatever, fine. But I'm speaking to the rest of us, because we are the majority. You know? I'm also just seeing how much we're getting fucking taxed on top of it, too. This is definitely far. It's more than one other way they cheated. Massive, yeah. I seen Doge had to correct. The thing is, Mary, makes no fucking difference. Right now, we're dealing with what we're dealing with. Even bringing that up, what, content? Like, okay, I can make an entertaining video about it, and I can do some conspiracy stuff and create some rabbit holes, but what the fuck does that give us? No, let's just move forward. It is what it is. Just, we have to work with it, and we have to combat it. That's literally part of not combating it, is just wallowing in our self-pity. I seen Doge had to correct their website with the right numbers. Yeah. Used to have a hard-boiled egg for breakfast before work every day. Yeah, not anymore. Tony Michaels suggests that, protesting at your grocery stores, instead government buildings. Instead of government buildings. It's the oligarchs who will need to cry then. Well, it's not the grocery stores. Again, like Kroger's and all them. Those are the ones, yeah, if you're going to hurt any of them, try and hurt, like, the ones that are already have monopolized our fucking food industry. It just sucks. Like, that's another thing. Like, it's not going to happen, guys. Do you know how many people didn't know about the boycott? Like, we know, because we're on social media and we get it like fed to our algorithms, but nobody else knew. This isn't going around the media, and you know, freaking nobody's covering this shit, dude, outside of like people like me, which again is great if I start getting, you know, if I start going into other people's algorithms. That's why I try to also curate my content the way I do, where I do say that I am I'm left leaning, but this is where I've gotten accused of people trying to be like, what, are you trying to sell yourself as a centrist? It's like, no, I'm trying to sell myself as an open discussion, a place for open discussion that involves politics. And that's very hard to do when you're just like, I'm a leftist channel. Because then automatically, then it's just, oh, well, I don't even want to engage. Oh, I bet your audience is like this. How many people have we had come into our audience and just be like, oh, I bet your audience is going to say this and kick me out? Look at how many I've actually managed to keep in my audience because I wasn't like that. And they even say like, oh yeah, you disarm me, you know? And it was also kind of weird to see a leftist that actually was willing to engage. Oh my God, better eggs, dumb as rocks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's getting us better eggs, the Brazilian eggs or whatever the fuck. No, they're they're literally the dumbest people out there, and they're the ones controlling everything. So here's where I'm gonna be a little less condescending about it and actually like be critical on us. If we're so fucking smart, how come we keep getting beat? For real. What is the strategy? What is it in the strategy that we're missing? Because we are smarter than them. Statistically, we are. We're more educated. You know, we play these games. I would like to think that, you know, but somehow it is literally like a bunch of checker playing motherfuckers are coming and whooping a bunch of like chess savants. So, if you got any answers for that, I'm actually genuinely curious. The White House is selling golden eggs for $500. Bro, leftists always doing it wrong. Well, we are. We are doing it wrong. Like, Duke, this is where I'm not taking that, because I'm being fair, man. I'm not sitting here glazing the right. I'm sitting here saying, no, it's time to pivot, and it's time to actually do it now. I've been saying this for the last, 2 weeks? We are smarter, but we have morals. I understand that. I understand the morals part about it, but if we're smart and we have morals, then how can we also adjust our morals to, like, think about it this way. We control these people when we really want to, and we know what gets under their skin, but for some reason, we always kind of hold back, or, you know, we never, like, push full, like, I'm just gonna say, man, like, I've gotten it in this where, you know, whoa, so this is the tolerant left, brah. Which, with those ones, those are the ones that I don't even want to engage with. I give it 2 to 3 more weeks and the ET war began that we can see. Yeah. No, Mary, I'm not kidding. I think that this is going to blow up a lot sooner than people think. Because a lot of it's just smoke and mirrors, and honestly, the Epstein thing coming out today, that also proved it. Like, you got a lot of right-wingers that are just like, nah. Because Bill Clinton's not on it, so they're pissed. They want Bill Clinton on that list, and they're like, well, okay. So... very odd that, you know, JFK's mother or RFK's mom was on that list, though. You know, so does that mean that we can get rid of RFK now? Does that mean that he's part of that shadow cabal with Jeffrey Epstein? He's part of the globalists? Like, come on, man. Duke, I don't know, man. What's the new strategy here? Because you know that I'm right, that we need to keep it simple. If we don't keep it simple, we're going to lose. If we don't actually keep it lockstep, then we're going to lose. If we don't have just two, that's where I'm capping it. We need 2 things to focus on, not just like everything under the fucking sun. Because we can also, you know, tackle issues as we go. Because look at the way that, like, they successfully weaponize trans women in sports, an issue that doesn't affect anybody in America. It affects maybe 10 people, sorry. But in the grand scheme of things of 300 million plus, I'm sorry. We just let that one happen, and I still have to hear about it every time I have a conversation with a right-winger. You know how we did that? Not having a good answer for it. Bernie got the formula. Bernie does have the formula, but Bernie doesn't have age. He doesn't have the... It's literally, he should be younger. Sorry, I keep repeating myself. Money out of politics, not going to happen. I know. I want that. 2, no one gets left behind. No, okay, Wilbur. I think that you're misunderstanding my point. What I'm talking about is a strategy for winning elections. I'm not talking about our broader message. Like, again, money out of politics. Great. You know how effective that is? Do you know how hard that's going to be to actually get these lobbyists out? You need a severe Democratic majority on top of the fact that those Democrats need to not be corporatist shills. It's unrealistic to think that we're going to get a lot of hard left candidates into Congress or it's not going to happen, guys. I know. This is why I'm not the most popular leftist streamer, I guess. It's because I'm gonna just tell you guys that it's not gonna happen. Not now. It might happen in 20 years. So we should definitely be focusing on the things that take us to that place. But until then, what the because it's not that I don't agree with you, Wilbur. I agree. No money should be in politics. Which is unrealistic. Okay, so no money in politics. No big money interests in politics. There should be caps. No one gets left behind. Again, great. Having tons of social programs and just let's do that. We need to keep raising our vibration. You mean like good vibes? You mean keep to the good vibes? One, mass general strike. No work, no buying. There is a schedule for that for the 14th, I think. No, it's for... See, Mary, Mary, I'm actually... You're giving me a good example here. This is part of the problem. No, it's tomorrow. Did you know that? It's tomorrow. The national call for no spending any money, a general strike, too? Like, no, that's tomorrow. Or wait. General strike. No work, no buying. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, that's tomorrow. At least they called it for tomorrow. Like, again, really effective. Like, this whole... God damn it. And this is where I think that Facebook and our social media platforms really do make us think that we're having more communication with way more people than we think we are. Like, seriously. And they just keep us in these little fucking bubbles. Like, dude... At some point, we're all going to have to get burner phones and just start calling each other. You meditate, about frequency. Ish. I meditate in a very, very non-Buddhist way, I should say. I meditate more for a psychological reason, to be completely honest, Mary. I'm not spiritual. I don't really... I don't focus on that. I focus on finding... my answers and also reflecting. It's more so an easier way for me to reflect on things and then bring myself back. Not that I'm telling you that your way is wrong, because trust me, I've been told that my way is wrong. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. But, money out of politics is the goal, Mr. Pepper. Mr. Pepper wants the path to power for working success. There is no one simple trick for the solution. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no one simple solution. And on top of it, there are things that you like. This is what I'm talking about with the messaging and like focusing on one thing, or even I'll give us two things that we can just sell to the American people and just go, this is it. Medicare was the one that Bernie really nailed, and I think everybody can get behind that. But lower taxes for the middle and lower classes is something that we should really be pushing for. Using the term working class and making sure that everybody knows who is working class, and we hammer that shit. We need to use the Republican strategy of repeat, repeat, repeat. We also need to use the Republican strategy of getting people fucking mad. Not just fearful, but fucking mad. Just gonna say, man, Bernie is only trying to help right now. The dude wasn't going to run for senator next time, but because of this mess, he's backed out of the idea. Well, I mean, I'm glad that he's still a senator, and I'm glad he's doing. I hope you don't think I'm shitting on what he's doing. I think that what he's doing is beyond important. Like, he's the only one that's like, he is being the leader that we need, but we don't need him as the leader right now. What we need is somebody who, God, I wish he could just pull the Batman. Like, where's his Robin? Where's his successor? Where is somebody that has been, you know, working with Bernie and Cole? Like, God, that's the one major failure in the last, what, 5 years, 6 years, that we definitely fucked up on, was not building a younger, progressive candidate. Steel underpants 3. Just hilarious. Stop hoping for leaders. People must collectively work together. Unions, activism, direct action are lots of things that work together to resist. History shows absolutely. But the thing is, you need a leader to even start bringing that to the forefront, man. Like, that's the reason FDR was such a powerful leader in America, is because he said as much. Like, it wasn't all just pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and it's, dude, no, I'm sorry, man. Like, this is also why it's totally fucking natural for people to want leadership. I hate people that, like, and I'm not talking about you, like, but I hate when people are just like, oh, we should have no leaders. Everyone should have a little bit of agency and collective ownership or collective voice and whatever. It's never how it goes. Even in commie circles, somebody ends up doing something that makes it become a cult, and it always becomes a cult of personality. No, sorry. Be real. We're gonna need leaders, and you know what? You're just gonna have to hold them to account. I'm kind of saying that we should be the message. People are more mad about billionaires and President Musk. Time to say, if you're a Dem, then you have to pay, or you have to be for money out of politics, conceptually at least. Conceptually I am. No, listen, I have two versions of politics. I have the ones I want to see, and I have the ones that I think I can actually work towards in my lifetime. You know, like federal legalization of marijuana is still something I would like to see in my lifetime. I know, selfish of me. Socialized medicine with, you know, taxing billionaires to pay for these social programs at a higher rate. But the thing is, we're about to see a 10-year program that's going to cost $4.7 trillion, and it's going to cost all of us to pay for those tax cuts for these assholes. We're going to have to eventually get somebody in there to repeal these tax cuts, these bills. So right now, focusing on the utopian idea of getting a perfect socialist candidate in there that reflects all of your ideas or all of your ideals is fucking stupid. And I'm just going to call it what it is. It's a waste of fucking time. No, what you need to focus on is, like, number one, we're going to meditate on this one collectively as an audience. What are we willing to capitulate on? Because nobody wants to think that way. But you know what? It's something that has to happen. If you don't think you have to capitulate or work with people, then guess what? We don't have any business discussing politics. Because not everybody thinks like us. It's amazing that we all think the same way, guys. Clean house. Again, idealistic. It's not going to happen. You're not going to ever get a fucking full clear house of Congress, of the Senate. These are not answers. These are hopes, which, again, I'm fine with. In this space, I'm fine with. But the reason I'm even getting a little testy about this is we're at the time where we need solutions. We don't need more utopian bullshit. We don't need more shit where we're just like, it'd be nice to have replicators. It'd be nice to have no homelessness. It'd be nice to have all this stuff. when we need to literally focus on, like, well, how about we lower insulin costs? Again. Oh, yeah, that's right. You know, we had that for a hot minute, but we couldn't even focus on that long enough to keep it. And yes, Duke, I'm going to make this, I'm holding up the mirror to us, man. If we cannot hold up the mirror to go, like, because this isn't what I'm doing here isn't your average critique of the left. What I'm trying to do is say, this is the time to pivot our messaging, and it's time to pivot our strategy. But I keep getting the, like, just, it's kind of like the same shit where it's just like, hey man, you shouldn't really say that about the left, because also I feel like we're all kind of working towards the same thing, but then, you know, I feel like ideologically you should definitely focus on your morals, and you know, you don't want to lose your morals, and we also, well, we have this, it's constantly, instead of just, again, shifting gears and going, we need to play a little dirtier. We need to kind of, like, the playing field has changed. So maybe what we need, I'm just gonna say, love and peace. What's that? Hey there, Bloodstone. Oh, sorry. Alias. Yeah, sorry guys. Like, I might piss you off tonight, because this is that time where, hey, we don't have. God, I mean, you'd think 4 years, right? Like, none of us thought that this was going to happen. Hal Sparks is never going to run for office. Why the fuck do you want Hal Sparks to run for office? Hal Sparks? What? By the way, you look like so much like an old boyfriend of mine. It's wild. Hey, good looking fella. It's kind of funny. I just want to not feel like I can't get ahead and stay ahead of working as much as hard as I do. I don't feel like I'm asking for too much. No. Like, how come we're all making record-breaking money? You know, every economics report that comes out, you know, Americans are making more. They're getting paid more. They're getting paid more. Yet everybody's saying the same shit. I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling like I'm actually making less and paying more. What the fuck? Like, Funny Mary, he looks like an uncle of mine. Uh-oh. Kamala and Biden's failure was simple, and it was due to attacking Trump constantly and not giving people an actual roadmap with solid plans. Dead on, Mark. You nailed it. First, I would like you to believe in us. I do. No, Mary, I believe it. I believe this is why I'm kind of talking to you guys, kind of like, you know, stern, is because I love you guys. I truly do. And I truly think that we're all on the same page. I just feel that sometimes, like, and I know this is literally what I'm here for. This is what we're here to do. I just feel like right now, even in this small of a YouTube space, like, even with these conversations we're having, this is the time to, like, use this and find what we can agree on, and then use that. And then, I mean, I know that this is where I'm going to come off a little condescending, but I do think I have the right strategy here. I think that focusing on getting a good candidate that knows how to speak very well for all of, like, for what we believe in, but can focus on two things specifically: the economy and the, you know, helping the working class, and Medicare. We must meditate with love in our hearts. Yeah, I mean, I try. Sometimes I fail horribly. Like, sometimes I come out of my meditations feeling nothing but hatred. The thing is, I also recognize that that's a boiling point, you know? It's like when you make a bad cup of coffee or something. Obama 2.0. That's what I've been saying. That's literally what I've been saying. And I think the reason that I speak like this is because I think I've mentioned this multiple times on stream, but it's because I came from Chicago. Like I'm from Chicago, so I saw Obama's rise, and I saw it like from the ground up. Like I think I've gone over this multiple times, but I'll do it real quick. Is I used to see signs like in just certain parts of Chicago where it was, you know, Obama, Senator Obama, and it wasn't even for president at that time. It was just signs for Senator Obama. I'm like, huh, interesting. And then, yeah, I started seeing more and more. Like, you'd start seeing him in different districts, and you're like, okay. And then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, I started seeing Obama for president, and then he had a big mural, like, on one of the famous murals there. And I was like, this is wild. And yeah, for shit, it was like a few weeks later, it was the primaries, and it was off to the races, literally. Only 50. One job is enough. We must meditate with love in our hearts. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I think I already read those. We are powerful beings. The elites don't want us to know how. Yeah, no, Mary. You're right. Like, that's so true. Like, they don't want us focusing on what we can do together and how we can work together. And like, that's why the Luigi thing scared the crap out of them, because they were all like, oh, guys, they're doing the thing where they all kind of agree. We don't like that. Medicare for all and basic free college, or free basic college. Yeah, TK, that's actually not a bad one to focus on either. Healthcare and education are currently money pits and are dragging the middle class down. Yes, but I think that the school one doesn't work for everybody, because when you look at the general demographics of America, too many of them just don't go to college. So it's not speaking to everybody. What's going to speak to everyone right now is everybody is working and everybody's feeling the fucking heat of the economy. You know what won Trump the election, ironically? That's what we're all fucking feeling together. Everybody is in this together. We're all fucking pissed. And somehow, some way, we keep getting sold a bill of goods from some rich assholes on the Democratic side, too, where it's like, nah, maybe you should focus on something else. It's like, no. Yes, yeah, you should try Vipassana meditation, Mary. I mean, Duke would know. He's the one who's actually done it. I do, was it the Manapassana or whatever? I essentially took that and I was like, oh, that's how I'm going to do this, because I like the reflection part of it. Magic is real. No question beliefs, but yeah. Shapiro, that guy. I've tried some magic. It worked. It's pretty easy. I only need a little practice. Yeah, I was into alchemy when I was really into Full Metal Alchemist, and I just no. I'm sorry. If it works for you, it works for you. But I don't. I'm a skeptic, man. Like, so that's how that goes. I don't believe, I don't, like, I'm not sure if you know this, and it might actually piss you off a little bit, but I don't believe in, like, having a soul. I don't believe a soul exists. I think that we're all just meat, and we all cease to be, and then our energy transfers to the ground or whatever the hell, so. I know, just disappointing and also kind of depressing, but whatever. Easy will trap you. Stay wise, but you know that. Yeah, I mean the other that's part of the problem is like everybody is. It's kind of funny. Everybody didn't know how good they had it during Biden's administration, and that's one thing that I do kind of find funny about everything that's happening. And this is for every American. Every single American is going to look back at September of 2024 and go, ah, shit. Humans have souls. It's fine. I mean. You believe that. I believe in something different. I mean, I don't think that my belief is one that people can't change my mind on, but it's the one that makes the most logical sense to me after a few run-ins with getting knocked out a few times. Yeah. I don't know, man. I know. It takes the whole mystic side of life out of things, and then you just have to sit and think like, oh, is everything just really that bad? And just, oh, Mary, I left one religion that I was very, very involved in. So trust me, I understand the concept of even questioning it being a bummer. So I'm not going to push it too hard. Again, you believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to attack it. So kind of crazy that we could be made from part dinosaur. Or I mean, I guess, I don't know. Like, what's the theory that we came from like some amphibious creature, whatever the crap, that turned into another and non-amphibious creature? And trust me, I've watched enough about the evolution stuff, but that's some of the stuff I did not retain. I'll admit it. Not having a soul is an interesting concept. I've reflected on it for a long time now. So I knew how good it was, having been fighting for 10 years as an activist. Nice. That's baller. No religion for me. No, it's fine. No, religion and spirituality are two separate things, though. Our mind is a product of process within our body. What people describe as souls is actually just consciousness. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I believe in consciousness. But I've also seen somebody lose their consciousness when they were brain dead, so if that's all that you are, then it's like, okay. I know. I don't want to talk about it, guys, because this does get to be a very depressing conversation that nobody wins. I just want you guys to know my point of view as the streamer here, so not trying to hide anything from y'all. By the way, can we just stop with the egg thing and go back to the gas prices? The egg price doesn't indicate anything. Get a chicken, sell your iPhone if that really is ruining your life. Well, getting a chicken is actually, that's part of, like, even, that's part of the problem. The chickens are getting sick. Like, there was this just happened in a town adjacent to me where there was this influencer mom who was doing just that. They went out, they converted a big part of their yard into a chicken coop. Guess what happened? All 5 of their fucking chickens got bird flu and died. It's almost like that's why the eggs are so fucking high. Yeah, I know. Wow. The reason that we keep bringing the eggs up is because Trump dug himself a fucking hole by even saying, I'm going to make the eggs so cheap. I'm going to bring the egg prices down. So you hold him to it. You hold him to his stupidity. I don't care if it's a fucking buzz thing. I don't care if it does nothing. The fact is, the motherfucker put it out there. Why? TK, I'm going to put you on the carpet right now. Why? Why should I ignore that? Why should I back off of something because it actually gets through? Because people go to the fucking grocery store and they look at the egg prices and go, yeah, you know what? Still pretty fucking high. Man. I really should just make a shirt that says, welcome to the left. Here's your gun. Shoot yourself in the dick. Like, seriously. What the fuck? It's a distraction? No, it's really not a distraction. No, the distraction is not ignoring the fact that prices are high and not capitalizing on the fact that the working class are still getting fucked. And that's what Trump won on. For every time that I've been told, well, this is why Trump won the election, and it's always something superficial like trans in sports or some bullshit like that. No. Why Trump won the election is because he had better messaging and he spoke to the fucking working class and even acknowledged that they were a thing and that inflation is so high, it's hurting. I know it's hurting everybody. Day one, I'm gonna lower the fucking prices. The fact that he said it. The fact that he fucking said it. We should focus on higher wages. Fine. The thing is, TK, wages are higher. I can speak to somebody I know. Their wages increased almost 50 fucking %. Guess what? They still can't afford shit. So, use the egg price to get higher wages, I guess. Yeah, that's how we do this. Yes, this is how we do this. You start using the price of goods and how it's too fucking expensive. Then you bring it to the class consciousness of everybody around us. You stop focusing on it as a wedge issue. Wedge issues are what's killing this fucking country. Is the fact that you have so many people focusing on things that do not they don't affect them, while they ignore the stuff that does, and then they go on to vote after they've already been affected. It's insane. I watched it happen after the Biden election. I was like, and then on top of it, yes, the Democrats, we can sit here and reflect on it all day. They fucking suck. They tried to sell us Biden in the first time. We didn't want him. We begrudgingly accepted it. They did it again, even after they said they weren't going to give him to us. And then you got a bunch of these corpo assholes that are just like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad he stayed in the race. And then you got the fucking people that were like, yeah, but we got Kamala out of it, and that's what we really wanted. It's like, did you? Because you know what? There's one thing that I can talk about to Republicans and a lot of progressives is the fact that we weren't exactly keen on not getting a fucking primary. Sorry. I know that I'm actually like a little bit more passionate about this than usual, but this, after seeing it today, seeing a few like actual Trump supporters, die-hard Trump supporters feeling this, it made me realize, oh, these people can be gotten. But the problem is, you're not going to get them with any fucking of the Democrat bullshittery that has been going on for the past fucking however long. You're not going to sell them on the Kamala plan. You're not going to sell them even on a Bernie plan. What you're going to sell them on is a populist agenda that you will speak to them outside of their of whatever team they chose. Yeah, this could be considered like a third party call, but that doesn't even make sense because I think that coalescing with the Dems is the only shot. And then also forcing DSA candidates within the Democratic Party and then taking over the goddamn party. MAGA did it. MAGA did it, and these people have the IQ of a fucking banana. We really should be a little embarrassed by this, guys. It's the Cenk strategy. The thing is, his strategy wasn't wrong. It's the fact that he was so egotistical that he thought he was the man for it. He's not wrong. Dude, DSA, we wouldn't have AOC without Justice Democrats. Can we just acknowledge that? Can we acknowledge that? Are we going to acknowledge that? I know my audience here. You guys know that, you know, Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kulinski had a lot to do with that. Are we just going to blanket ignore that nothing good came from that? Or pretend that nothing good came from that? Guys! Oh my god. Discovery Institute has been utilizing wedge issues to divide populists on horseshit. This was their plan back in 1998. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2000%. And they couldn't really, well, they didn't need to utilize that strategy because post 9/11, everybody was still freaking super nationalistic because of that shit. No, this is why I am getting pissed. And like it is actually getting to me where I'm just like, guys, I don't like having these arguments anymore because it's almost like fighting against trying to build a new strategy. And like guys like me, I'm a small time streamer who just pretty much started, but I'm already like, oh, well, is this a shit or get off the pot moment for me to go actually like get into public office? Because I'm also trying to get you know, call for people to join public office and strategize for these things. But the way that I keep having these, like, see these conversations, like, you know, break down, I'm always just like, we don't ever have a cohesive strategy. Like right now, let's see, we got 11 people in YouTube chat. Out of the 11 people here, this is actually a good number. Do any of you actually have something that the left can focus on and should focus on and just make that their issue? Kind of like I've been saying, because you don't have to take mine, but... And also, do you have an idea of who this candidate could be? Even if they're a local candidate in, like, your district. These are the things that we need to really start focusing on, but, you know, I digress. Anyway, did y'all hear about that Epstein thing? I mean, the Epstein thing comes out, and I'm sitting here, I'm just like, yeah, you know, but here we go. Pentagon to expel transgender troops and under expanded Trump policy. Like, yeah, let's keep arguing about stuff that doesn't fucking... it's never gonna move the party. It's never gonna move the base, or it's the reptilians or soulless creatures. Find your soul quick. Maybe that's it. I'm on reptilian. I just never knew it. Maybe that's why I can see all of it. I don't need the sunglasses because I'm one of them. Oh no, you exposed me. Oh no, Mary Spirit. Oh no. Healthcare is the biggest problem for Americans. Thank you. Yes, it is. It is, but we have private health insurance that constantly is trying to fucking make us think, like, no, this is totally normal, and you guys shouldn't, you know, you're meanie bobeanies for thinking that Luigi's a good person. Like, God, I got pushed back for that in my chat yesterday, where it's just like, I feel like this is a really weird take to have. Okay. Is it? Is it? No. No, and I'm tired. The thing that I'm tired of is seeing other content creators not talking about this and not just being honest. Like, dude, that's the one thing I'm so happy I have here, is that I am new enough to where I don't have to, like, and I kind of covered this I think like last week when I had a little bit of a blow up with a audience member where I was just like, guys, you know, as much as I do love and appreciate all you in my chat and like actually supporting me and just doing this, reality is, if I have to start walking on eggshells for my audience or start changing my point of view out of some misguided concern that you're going to disagree with me and unsubscribe, I might as well not do this. Because every other YouTuber, you can just go watch them. You can go watch any of them. Trust me, Lance from the Surfs. I hate to call him out on it, but he fucking does it. Like, go watch him. If you guys want somebody that wants to do the virtue signal bullshit and like they go do that, because again, the fact that I call that out, you know it's a thing. Like, sorry, I'm probably pissing a lot of you off right now, but not trying to. This is just the harsh reality of what I think. So but I hope you know it's coming from a good place. I hope you guys know that it's not coming from a place like, I'm not even disappointed. Like, that's the funniest part. Like, I'm not disappointed in anybody in my audience, like, specifically, or any of that, because I can't even really think of a specific example of somebody just being this way. It's just more, it is kind of a more collective thing that has kind of gotten to me where I'm like, okay. Why I like the way my old boyfriend looked. He was a stooge. He gets stooges saying silly things. Wait, who is a stooge? My idea, no more troops overseas, bring everyone home and focus on what the military is, what it should be, and what I can be. So much money, audit the hell out of it. I'm all for auditing the Pentagon, and I'm all for getting a lot of that money out of there and not having private contractors out there. It's insane that we we give government contracts to private contractors while the military could be doing the same thing. Weird. Always thought that was a little fucked up, going all the way back to the Iraq War. But I disagree with you on isolationism. I think that in the current geopolitical landscape, that's unrealistic. If we were all living in happy utopia land where there were no nukes and there were no wars or there was no, animosity or any of that, then sure. But, and I'm not saying be the world police, but unfortunately, we kind of put ourselves into a position where certain places, they kind of need it. Like, I'm just saying, like, they almost rely on it. I'm just gonna say the South Korean population, I don't think would really be all for the isolationism of America. You know what I mean? So the guys that come into your chat and say dumb stuff are just dummies. No, I know. Thank you for that. That's actually, I mean, you're not wrong, but the people that come into my chat and say some dumb stuff, it's not even them saying dumb. This is what's, I think, getting to me, Mary, is the fact that they're not necessarily saying dumb things. It's focusing on the wrong issues. This is why I always recognize it's like, nah, guys, I feel like you're like, everybody's coming from a good place. And this is where the moral part comes into it. But I don't know. I think that also getting a little Trump, like not Trumpian. God, I hate to even use the term, but I think you know what I mean. Using some of like the Trump techniques as far as, keeping things simple, speaking like a person is a big one. Like, holy shit, guys. Do you realize that just using the term bullshit in an open forum, like not being like me where it's like you curse like a sailor, but just being able to say that, yeah, this guy's full of shit. The reason he even got as far as he did was when he looked at Ted Cruz and he was just like, Ted, you're full of shit, Ted. Like, your wife's ugly as a dog, Ted. Like, that's what did it. Literally, that's what did it. And so many people just ignore it. Because, again, on the lib side, they want a Kamala Harris. They want do you know how sad it is that people still will say openly, I wish Hillary Clinton would have won? Ew. Fucking ew. If anything, I'm actually going to take this. Like, I lived through it. And you know what? I am kind of glad that Trump won that one because it did force us to kind of readjust. Like, could you imagine if, Hillary had won? It would just be more of the corporate bullshit all over and over and over and over again. Say what you will about Trump. Motherfucker, he definitely put that wrench in there because they did not want him. Because think back to that, too. The Republican establishment tried their damnedest to get him out of that primary. They tried their damnedest to make sure that Ted Cruz or little Marco got those votes. Nope. He became a cult of personality with that shit. And you know what it was? It was the fact that he had charisma, the fact that he could just speak to people and make them laugh. That's a big deal. This is why I keep saying Jon Stewart would be a good candidate if he would do it. He would be the best one because he doesn't want to do it. Trust me, that's the type of man you want in power in any situation, is one who doesn't want it. Ew. I know, Mary, but you know I'm right. I mean, that's my ego speaking. Like, come on, I'm the streamer. You know I'm right. No, but for real, like, am I wrong is what I should ask. Like, because I'm not trying to be Vosh on this shit, where it's just like, I'm always right. God. What's scary is the way in which he has conviction in saying that almost makes you go like, okay. Like for a half second, you're like, wait a minute. It was gross when all Democrats dropped out and endorsed Biden in unison. Yeah, I thought that was, yeah. Yeah, Bernie too. Because those dummies idolize these people. Well, we kind listen, we may not stand them the way that people stand Trump, but what I'm saying, Mary, is specifically, no, people stand Kamala, people stand even Gavin Newsom. We stand Bernie. We stand Bernie. I stand, like, Bernie's the only politician that I will even use that term and say, fuck it, yeah. No, I do. Like, I'm a big fan of Bernie Sanders. I would definitely have that moment of like, oh shit, like, hi. And I know, like, he'd be the worst person to meet because he'd be so cranky about it. Just like, oh, all right, gonna get to the point. I have places to be and I have a nap to take. Because those said ew about Hillary. Oh, I idolize no one. Yeah, neither do I. I really don't. I mean, as I'm wearing a CM Punk hoodie that I have multiple CM Punk hoodies and like, whatever. CM Punk has base ass politics, but I also admit when the guy is kind of a pain in the ass and he's his own worst enemy. Like what he did in AEW, he was his own worst enemy. Like if you guys don't know, he was a bit toxic in the locker room, but there was also a bunch of kids that thought they knew better, and him being, such a pivotal person in the world of wrestling, for them not to listen to him, for them to have this attitude of, oh, well, this is the reason you've been out of wrestling. It's like, okay, now you're a problem. I don't know. Outside of wrestling, sorry. No one living. Well, even the dead. Like, yeah, the problem with idolizing dead people is not acknowledging that they were fucking people. Like, I don't know why the first one I thought of was MLK, but the first one I thought of was MLK, because once you start learning about him, guess what? Not exactly a perfect person. Cheated on his wife. Wasn't a great Christian person. Like, but motherfucker knew how to speak, and he did have a good message, but he was corruptible. It's the same as Bob Marley. I love Bob Marley. Bob Marley's my hero. Like, okay, I am contradicting myself again. No, I stand Bob Marley, but guess what? I acknowledge that the man was flawed. I acknowledge that he cheated on his wife, who he loved very much. They, Rita says that they had a best friend relationship, but apparently he was like so he would cheat on her so often that he would just tell her, and she was just like, okay. She's like, yeah, okay, well, this is fine. He had many love children outside of the marriage, so no. People are dumb and make bad. I mean, fuck. Bob Marley didn't go get his toe checked out after knowing it was like a problem, and that's kind of what led to him not being with us anymore. So even with my hero, I acknowledge the guy was a bit of a dumbass and a bit of a philanderer. Not permanent idolism, just temporary to figure out what we are doing with the military. Or isolationism, sorry. And where the money is going, reevaluate everything. You mean like Doge? See, that's the problem. Bloodstone, I had that happen the other day where somebody even said, they're like, how would you fix this? And like, I started naming something and I'm like, oh shit, that's Doge. Ooh. Interesting. That is the direction you went to a hero, LOL. Cheating isn't bad. Isn't that bad of a crime, LOL? Yeah, it is, because you're still committing a crime against somebody you love. Also, look at the way that, like, humanity reacts to those salacious stories. Come on, dude. I disagree. Cheating is horrific, very bad, no good. Exactly. No, it kind of shows that you do, like, Bob Marley, I will say, the fact that he had it worked out with his wife, I don't want to say it okays it, but it makes it a little less egregious. You know what I mean? Kind of sucks, though. I don't know. For being Rita, like, because if you know, like, that's also what sucks, is, like, I know a lot about Rita Marley, and, like, she was just as, like, she was actually probably more pivotal to the movement of reggae than Bob Marley, so it's kind of. But I remember I ended up becoming a conspiracy theorist about Hillary in like 2015. Eventually, I realized I'm wasting my time and mental energy. Another thing the rich play into to distract. 1000%. That's why I'm not playing into these conspiracy things. That's also why I'm not doing like the MAGA versus the left right now. It is literally like, guys, we're being fucked. And they are trying to convince you that $2 for eggs is what it should be. We need to push back. All of us. It just sucks because it's like, no, not cheating if they consent. It's not that they consented. That you're missing that one. It wasn't a consent issue. It was more of a, he would come home and just be like, Ja, I need to talk to you about something. Sorry, that was actually a really bad Jamaican accent. But no, for real, he would literally do that where he's just like, yeah, we need to talk. And then she was like, oh, okay. Because the first one was literally when he had not Ziggy, fuck. I think it was Stephen Marley. Yeah, I know it was one of the more famous kids. Damian Marley. Thank you for. Don't know how the hell you knew that, but okay. Some of the problem is the pessimism and fear. How do you break through? I mean, USA is number one in a lot of things. Perspective. Well, that's the thing. We're not though, or like we are, and like that's what like makes everybody go rah rah America number one. But then like we're not gonna be like if we don't continue to support nations, we're not gonna be the like number one if we don't even fucking support our own people. Like, how are we the number one nation when we constantly fuck over the poor? Like, who make this country? Like we our daily lives are with people that you consider the poor. Anybody making under $300,000 a year is considered a poor in this fucking country right now. That's what y'all need to wake the fuck up to. Every single person in this chat and every single person that joins this program needs to wake up to that. Because I had somebody come in here the other day on Twitch where they were just like, yeah, but if I was making, you know, $200,000 a year, I think that I'd be perfectly fine. It's like, no. Hell yeah, I thought about bringing that up when me and his, oh, wait. Wait, what are you talking about, Jeff? Is it cheating if you do it while your girlfriend watches asking for a friend? No. Again, that's consent. No, that's all adults consenting to whatever. I don't care whatever weirdness you're into. I'm awake. Nice. Allie. Number one, in the number of people that believe angels are real. Woo, America. Yeah. We're all in the same boat. We can't be number one with veterans cold on the streets. How could we ever be number one like that? Yep. Night, Mary. Taking off. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I hope that we are on the move, on the right path. I feel like we... Yeah, sorry if I came off a little, you know, angry there, but... Just passionate. That's it. Still love you guys. When people are scared, they run to authority, though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's natural. Good night, Mary Spirit. Good night, Mary. You guys are so friendly. I appreciate that. So very welcoming. Oh, guys, this is important. Look at him. He's sleeping so hard that he fell off his bed. His tongue is completely out. can't move it. Shit. I wish you guys could see it. His tongue's like this. Allie, do you know I'm making all that up, right? Yes. Alright, charmer. USA is not number one for good reason or in good things. Or wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. USA is not number one for good reasons or in good things. We are the world's arms dealer and resource extractor. Yeah. Well, I don't know. We got a few countries coming up on that one. I gotta say. I mean, I know we are number one, but I'm just saying there are other world superpowers that if we just backed out, they would just take over. Like, that's part of the... That's always when I'm like, oh, that's great if everybody else agrees on that. Actually, hold on. I can ask you guys this. Spaghetti. The rule is... I'm not trying to get you. The rule is this, right? You put your thumb and your finger together, and then it's that? Or is it like this, where you... where you do the got 'em? Does anybody know? Because, figured I'd ask you before I'll just go to the Google machine. Not this. I'm trying to make spaghetti here. I'm not trying to do the circle game, okay? I'm not trying to get you guys, damn. No. So one for each, right? Okay. Yeah, okay. So it is this. Wait, don't do that. I think it... Oh my god. The white power thing. Oh my god. I was so mad about that because seriously, you're gonna take the circle game from me? You're gonna take the circle game from me. Me and my friends still play that. This means okay. It means okay. I know. Trust me. I'm right there with you. The fact that, like, people... Well, part of the problem is, like, you can blame the left for, reacting to it and being like, it's white. But the thing is, there was a few people... It's the same way as, like, Elon doing this. Like, going like this, and then... See, I don't even want to do it. Even though I have on the stream, like, to show what he was doing. And even I'm like, oh, man, I really wish I didn't... But, like, the fact that they even did it, like, come on. Like, what are you doing? Just fighting an uphill battle. But, hey, we're going to be covering the EPSTEIN stuff, because it's pissing off a lot of people. Because apparently it wasn't, like, a thing at all. Did you know that the original meaning of okay is all correct? Like, that's what it means, is all correct? Yeah, not white, whatever, yeah. Oh, did you see that you got a new conservative party over in Ontario, so have fun with that. We'll see what happens. I hope it all goes well for you, but I'm a little concerned that they might try and privatize your healthcare. But hey, hey, congratulations. I know that that's what you wanted, so I hope that I hope it goes well for you. They would never. We'll see. We'll see, because the thing is, it's like if they capitulate to Donald Trump like a bunch, because the other thing is right now, because of a lot of the pushback you have on the policies of Trump, you guys, your economy isn't taking the same hits that ours is. Like I was just like the whole front end of this program has been me talking about how Republicans and Democrats and everybody in the country right now is panicking. Nobody that makes less than $300K a year is very happy right now in America. Like my mom, this was my favorite part about like any of this, because yes, it's anecdotal, but this is a big one. My mom lives in Tennessee. She lives in an all red district, and usually they're like super in her face about like, oh, well, Trump, you know, whatever he does, like they'll like bring the news story to her and just be like, look, see, he's so great. He's so great. He's so great. I asked her, I'm like, what have they been bringing up to you? Like, what are they showing you? The Doge numbers? What are they showing you? And she's just like, nothing. They've been very quiet. I'm like, really? She's like, oh yeah. She's like, oh yeah. And the few times that we do talk, it usually goes back to, I don't know why Elon's there. So it's fun. At least that, you know, in America, we are starting to see a little bit of pushback and people feeling it. And you know what? Hey, as the lefty in this, it is kind of fun. Like, just to see, like, those people taking those hits. You know what's not fun? Feeling the fucking hits. Because now it actually does make me just go, oh, well, you guys voted for this, so I can be mad at you, right? The same way you guys were mad at me for voting for, you know, Joe Biden. Liberals would give up Canada 100%. They already did. It's a bit weird, I'll admit. Oh, I mean, it doesn't seem like they did, because if they were going to actually give up Canada, they had the opportunity to do so, honeybee. So I disagree with you on that one. That's a tentative one. Like, they have the Trudeau had the opportunity to literally give up Canada. Like, no, I know. I wouldn't say ruin your country. Your country's actually doing pretty well, especially on the world stage. As far as you have to realize that, like, having good relations with other countries, like to the point where I think I told you this in your chat. There was one time I went out of the country and I pretended to be Canadian because I didn't want to be associated with America. I did that in Paris. I even tried to do like a little shitty Canadian accent. They didn't know. So I'm just like, I'll just spice up my my Chicago accent there. You know, I'll just say, hey there, hi there, old there. And oh yeah, you know, I go to Timmy's a lot. And I also, I tend to, we get a lot of snow, lots of snow. Yeah. All right. So. Minnesota? Yeah, somehow Minnesotans are like, they have a thicker Canadian accent than you guys do. I'll actually give you that. Like, when I went to Toronto, I was kind of shocked. I was like, you guys sound more Midwestern than a lot of people that... Okay. Okay, hold on. They already did. Blah, blah, blah. He resigned. Yeah, he gave up when he... No, he... Honeybee, come on. You wanted that to happen. You wanted him to resign. You got what you wanted. Like, come on. Like, you're saying that the Liberal Party fucked up, which they did. Trust me, they did some shit that, like, after looking into it, they did some whack-ass shit. And also, like, I don't know, your province is also weird, though. Because I looked into that, though. I don't know how you didn't... Like, you had Ford constantly going against Trudeau's policies, so I don't understand why you think that it was, like, so unilaterally, like, instituted. Like, you guys have a lot more checks and balances than even I thought. Like, I don't understand. Before even talking to you, I didn't even have an interest in learning how your stupid parliament worked. I'll be honest. I always knew that you had one wacky-ass French-speaking country that didn't like the rest of y'all. Then I find out it's like, no, it's the same. It's technically the same country. It's like, what? Sorry. Playing the stupid American right now. He's like, good luck, you guys. How is he not giving up on Canada? So weird. I never said that. I wanted him to stay and be punished. Duh. For what? Like, did you actually think that was gonna happen? Like, if you want him to be punished, where was that gonna happen? He's taking his punishment in a public embarrassment and a public flogging. I never said I wanted him to quit. I wanted him voted out, and not just him, the Liberal Party as a whole. There's a difference. Trump whooping. Well, again, that's not where... Well, also, the Trump whooping is... I wouldn't call... If you're going to glaze on Trump, you might want to walk that back a little bit, because even in Republican circles outside of Twitch, I'm telling you, he's not doing well. And this isn't just me doing, like, the leftist copium shit. I'm telling you, like, people who like him, who are lower and middle class, are very upset, because they're now seeing that he's not fixing anything that helps us. So, you call it glazing, not me. Yeah. Well, yes, I use the term glazing because that one did get introduced to me, and it's whatever. It's in the lexicon now. Whatever. I refuse to use the term glizzy for a hot dog, though. That's not a fucking hot dog. A hot dog's a hot dog. Fucking glizzy. Get out of here with your stupid glizzies. Left is always saying the thing for us, and they always get it wrong. What do you mean? No, I mean, hey, wherever the, like, hey, I'm all for criticism. Where you think the left is gets it wrong, this is where I like this, because, guys, you see, sometimes people have some just opinion. I was about to say, like, an opposite opinion, but I appreciate where Honeybee's coming from, because she's not even American, so it's kind of like, okay, so what do you, like, how do you see the American left? But then again, you're not the most charitable, I will say that. BRB, Bloody Mary ain't gonna make itself. I love how you're watching my show drinking Bloody Marys. That is interesting. Meanwhile, I have Liquid IV because they do not sponsor me. And I need it, so. God. Yeah, Liquid IV is like one of those things I highly recommend to everybody. Outside opinion, technically propaganda free unless I seek it out. You guys are fed with. Are you looking at? You see this? You see this, Honeybee? You can never say that about me. I literally look at every news. Like, I don't do this on stream, by the way. I want to preface this. This is how I start my morning. I get my coffee, I start up Ground News, and I go through all of the stories. You see this? Democratic Party, Republican Party, Israel-Hamas conflict, U.S. politics, Donald Trump, U.S. economy, Elon Musk, basketball, baseball center. I also have U.S.-Canada. So, and this is why I use Ground News. No, I'm not going to do the commercial, but seriously. Wait, speaking of... Would-be Trump assassin Thomas Crook linked to possible accomplice. Investigators claim FBI withholding evidence. Interesting. On July 13th, firing 8 shots. Doug Hagman, a private investigator. Okay, so this is all being reported on by the right wing. So that makes me think, why? What are they trying to do? Then we can go to the left. Hindustan Times. Leans left, mixed faculty. True independent media, though. That's nice. InfoWars. Hey, look, InfoWars actually made it. That's kind of funny. Hey, let's see where they put them. They actually, wow, they put InfoWars on independent instead of individual. That's interesting. Because Ben Shapiro is listed as an individual. Whereas Alex Jones and InfoWars is independent media, even though they actually like have backing from a billionaire group, which is kind of wild. Yeah, but that's where I'm just gonna say, boom, Honeybee. I make sure that I don't just see all the curated bullshit for me. That's where I also was being fair with the fact that I was calling out your algorithm. That's how I know. It's because I purposefully broke through my algorithm and got the news that I don't always want to see. Like, see? Look, I have one thing. It's called blind spot. For the left, for the right. I realize you can't just see it. You can't see where I'm pointing. For the left, for the right. Let's see what the right should be seeing. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Describes major measles outbreak as not unusual. Well, that's great. You think highly of algorithms? I think that they are dangerous. Yeah. No, honeybee. How do you... Wait, okay. I don't think that you're paying attention to it as much as I am on YouTube. Because I started on YouTube, I see the algorithm and I see exactly like how it like what it's hitting on, what videos are hitting, and like yeah, it's wild. And I can also say that like the curated algorithm that I have on my YouTube that I like find my videos from, I have to actively go out of my way to find anything from the Daily Wire or Tim Pool or any of those. Like, trust me, the more content you watch that solidifies your positions, it's going to constantly just feed you that same bullshit. And mainstream media is trash. It has its merits. Need this for YouTube? Nah, YouTube. I wish there was ground news for YouTube. Citizen journalism. I'm trying. I'm trying, but I'm a commentator. Like, if I have to take a label, I'm a political commentator that tries to do some journalism. You had... Wait, what? You hate on it? No, I don't. I don't hate on citizen journalism. What are you talking about? There's a difference between citizen journalism and a person making a YouTube video and speculating on something. Journalism actually does require you to have some form of, you know, education on what you're talking about. Like, I'm sorry, it's true. And like, okay, so for instance, the guy that you watch that has the mic issue, like, I swear to God, I just want to send that guy a microphone. It's like, I have an extra microphone, my man. You need that. That guy who speculates is the only one who told me about the Detroit news. What, the water main? Yeah, because he was right by it, and that wasn't like a big thing. No, what I didn't like was the fact that he was just like, this is the conspiracy. It's like, no, it's not. It's not news that bleeds. It's not news that leads. I'm just, no, it's not fair. I mean, he's reporting on stuff. Maybe I am, all right, maybe I'm being a little harsh on him just because of his presentation. I'll be fair with that one. No, actually, it's the, God, I forgot the name of the guy. It was like two of you, specifically, it was the guys that were covering like the Hassan stuff. I was just kind of like, nah, okay, well, that's coming from literally the right-wing perspective of covering Hassan. Which, again, whatever. I'm not trying to curate your content, man. I'm just trying to tell you, like, okay, for as much as you're telling me, like, oh, you're only getting it from one side, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not. I'm showing you exactly how I'm not and how I do try to break through and, like, how I'm not the average leftist on this bullshit. Although I don't need that. The hell? Hold on, somebody tried to send me some fucking, like, bullshit, like, People magazine news. I'm not watching that garbage. Oh, do I really care about Amaranth's opinions on the LGBT community? What the hell, guys? What is going on? Oh, sorry. What'd you say? Even you said, wow, mainstream isn't talking about it. No, that's what I'm just, it was a water main break. My God, it wasn't like this big thing. It was sub-zero temperatures and the pipes were old. maybe it's because I live in Illinois and we have that happen a lot that it's not that big of a deal. I suck out the people. Okay, well that's fair. I'm not trying to talk shit. If you suck them out, then I mean that's odd. Because like I'll tell you right now, like I'm being completely honest with you, half of the shit that I watch, I probably wouldn't have without the algorithm. Like, let's be real. There are certain leftist content creators that, yeah, they got pushed to me because I started watching one guy. But well, making fun of his mic sucking is just funny. It's his presentation and the fact that he has his popcorn machine right next to him. That's just me being listen, that has nothing to do with me being political at all. That's me just being kind of a douche of a fucking streamer and calling him out for something that has absolutely no, it's not important. I like his ice cream machine, or his ice cream machine is a popcorn machine that has no popcorn in it. I've noticed that it has no popcorn in it. And just, yeah, the fact that he's in a giant, listen, he's doing his videos if I was doing this, so I gotta give you guys the presentation. Did you know that there's this like really bad conspiracy happening? I'm bored. Oh, damn. Fine, I'll go to the Jeffrey Epstein things. Okay, well then, all right. Well, that's fair. You tend to not have the hangups I have, so that's totally. You know what? I haven't actually thought about that. Where it's like, no, I got some hangups. So like, I got audio hangups, and I got like things where, yeah, if somebody has like a bad visual quality to their videos, I tend to just be like, nah, I'm out. You want to disagree with me because you think I'm a right winger? Well, no, no, honeybee. I don't just fight with you to fight with you just because I think you're a right winger. I don't. No, I genuinely actually like appreciate your perspective on things because you have a different perspective on things. Am I trying to change your perspective on things? Absolutely. I'm trying to do it in good faith though. Like the thing is, this is why I hope you're not like afraid to debate. Like, I'm not going to debate Lord You. I genuinely am trying to figure out where the hell you're coming from and also where we can meet and where I can change some of your ideas. Why? Because changing ideas is something that, like, it's human. And I think that, learn about WEF. What's that? I'm not good with acronyms. I see WEF and I'm like, WWF? Real quick, actually, hold on. Before I go to the Jeffrey Epstein thing, which it's happening. We're going to the Jeffrey Epstein thing. I know I've teased it enough. Where the hell is it? Come on, guys. I had this thing pulled up from the Rational National. It's not coming up. Oh, did he pull it down because of the Canadian election? Oh, here it is. Okay. He did. Damn it. That sucks. Wait. Why world? I did. The Klaus Schwab thing. I learned about it. It wasn't exactly as enthralling as you thought, as you were making it out to be. I even watched a documentary on it that didn't sell me on any of it because, honestly, you did yourself a disservice when you ignored the fact that Schwab was with Trump and Elon. I'm sorry. That automatically made me go, oh, okay. Like, you want to see this as something more than, like, you're not willing to pivot on that one. So I was just like, when? I showed you on your stream. I sent you 2 links where, and you said that the Elon one was, yeah, you're literally like, oh, it's from too long ago. It doesn't matter. The fact is, Schwab is totally in bed with these guys, but it's just, nah, those pictures were from too late or too early. Come on. I don't like when people do that, especially when you wouldn't do that for the other people involved. And I'm not trying to stand up for any shadow cabal or anything like that. It's just it makes absolutely no sense to just ignore things that your eyes are showing you just because it's like, oh, well, that makes my argument not look that great. Well then US is fucked. Yeah, that's what I've been telling you. Like, that's what I've been telling you. That's why, I'll be honest, that's why I took such an interest in your content from the very beginning, because you... I do remember, you were talking about chemtrails, and immediately, like, my bat radar just went, bing! Like, I'm going to interact with this, because, yes, I was interested in chemtrails coming up, but... Not for... Like, the thing is, I hadn't heard chemtrails legit for probably over 12 years, at least. So I was like, whoa. Because even with Biden and Kamala, they are in bed with the W. Again, that's everybody. The thing is, Honeybee, what you're doing here is you're trying to see where the left intersects with this. What you're failing to see is where the right intersects with it too, and that the shadow cabal is fucking you entirely because all these people are involved. I bet that if you were to type in any of the names on your new parliament and your the Klaus Schwab or whatever the fuck his name is, that you'll find some connections. You know? That's why I don't pick sides, but you kind of do. The thing, this is, I think, the difference between me and you. Is I have enough convictions in my stances that's why I pivoted. Like, that's why I just admit that I'm leftist. My morals dictate that I'm pretty much that I have leftist values. I think that people's their humanity is more important than, you know, any other person's outside issues with them. You know, that's why I think that the trans issue is so ridiculous, and it's more important to stand up for anybody that's being dehumanized. It's the same with, like, anytime that they dehumanize immigrants. The fact that they just go illegal immigrants, and they never tell you about the numbers, they never tell you about the good numbers, they only focus on bad numbers, they never tell you about how much they actually contribute to society, because that would make you think differently. And on top of it, when you actually poll Americans, they are really shitty people. Like, they'll do this thing where they're like, well, I know a Mexican, I don't want them to go away. I got, my yard needs to get done. And they're like, okay, well, they're up for this too. And they're like, oh no. Hit numbers, you can thank them. Listen, that's a both sides, like, MSM, again, I'm not even, like, I don't like the fact that, like, I would be in a position to try to devil's advocate for the mainstream media. They suck, and they were misreporting numbers. But the other thing about this is, no, there are aggregates out there that people just blatantly ignore, kind of like I was saying to you, where they just don't want to fucking engage with it. Is it cool if we watch Angry Ginger's Elon video later, if there's time? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge... Shout out Angry Ginger. Did I not do that already? Because Angry Ginger, friend of the channel. We are actually in the collaboration stage of things as far as timing. God, that guy, you know, he's got a business and a kid. I cannot have enough respect for that guy. Because he also streams and does as much as he does. But yeah, we'll watch that. Wait, collusion, what'd you say? Trump gave a speech to the WEF 3 days into his presidency. Yeah, that's what I said. And that's why I was kind of like getting bothered when you, the one time we were having that argument where you were kind of, in your chat, where you were like, no, that was a long time ago. I'm like, come on. Seriously, come on. Bro, I watched it on stream. I know you did, but we argued about it. And I was like, why is he talking to them? You lumped Trump. Yeah, because they're one and the same right now. Elon owns Trump, therefore Elon. No, like, yeah. Epstein. Here. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go to that video right now because I was gonna cover the Forbes one, but that one's already out, like outdated as far as its information. So let's go to the new Angry Ginger video. Wait, where is it? Oh shit, was it on his oh crap, was it on his live stream? Here, can you, Mitesh, do you know where that was? Because I have a feeling that was on his when it was just Elon. Oh please. I did though. Like, oh please what? Like, Elon runs this country right now, and if you guys didn't see that video of him standing holding court with the rest of the president's men and the president sitting there, or vice president I should say at this fucking point. I saw his video uploaded 20 minutes ago.
All right, guys. Well,
all right. Let's react to the Angry Ginger. Again, friend of the channel, and I will shout him out.
as most of you know by now, that the Epstein files drop was a big disappointment for many people. And it turns out, instead of potentially finding out who the people are that went to Epstein's island and participated in those activities, Trump, instead we got a person that's currently being investigated for human trafficking, actually brought back to the United States by Donald Trump and given a nice warm welcome in Florida. But yeah, this whole thing is pretty effing crazy, to be honest with you. The idea that instead of like releasing these in some type of like professional way and having them like, you know, sent to people that potentially could create, you know, some type of real journalism surrounding them. Yeah, what Trump decided to do and what Pam Bondi decided to do is they decided to get some of these people that potentially may have been compromised by Russian media. You know, he figured that they should be the ones that give you guys the information. This is a video posted by Charlie Kirk. The Epstein Files Phase 1, it's happening! And yeah, this is what it looked like, guys. This is actually the giving of the binders to these
Kaya Rychek lives of TikTok. Go figure.
Influencers on TikTok. This is where we are in 2025.
I gave it to lives of TikTok.
Oh my God.
Podcast soon. Oh yeah, because you know, political prisoners, any of that. Nah, we got to get Andrew Tate home.
Like, I didn't think America could get any stupider, but I was wrong. I was dead wrong, actually. I mean, is that really what we should be doing? Like, we're gonna just give a bunch of fucking ex-users some binders full of alleged files to do with human trafficking? Is that's where we're at now? But I guess in the end we all figured out that nope, that's not what happened. It was practically just a yellow pages with no information in it, and we all knew that was going to happen because we all understood that Trump's name allegedly is all over those files over 200 times. He's all over the flight logs at least 7 times that we know of, probably more. We all know about the tapes that came out right before the election, talking about Epstein, talking about Trump, and how they were still friends, you know, even though everybody claims they weren't friends while he was in office. So none of this really should be all that surprising, but, you know, it is what it is. This is the time in which we live, is in the buffoonery pre-idiocracy, on our way there. So it gets a little bit better. There's some other videos of people like this person, Emily Austin, who got her hot little hands on some binders.
I saw y'all on the internet coming for Cash Patel saying he's day 5 and we haven't gotten the Epstein files. Well, I'm here outside the West Wing, and look at what we got today. The Epstein files, baby. Let's make America safe again.
Guys, Cash Patel, he hasn't done anything. But don't worry, guys, he totally gave her a binder full of nothing, zero, zilch. So,
does anybody have the link
and
for
this is
what's in
this
there?
has upset some
like,
people.
Have they
But
actually, here, you know what? Real quick, all this goes.
but before we get to the upset people, of course, like I said, Andrew Tate and his brother have been flown from Romania after Donald Trump allegedly put pressure on Romania to have them released and allowed to come back to America. And apparently they flew back to Florida, where somebody forgot to let Ron DeSantis know that that's what was going on. And this is what Ron had to say as Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate land in Miami, Florida. This is Ron DeSantis talking about this.
Whether they want to rebuff his
All right,
entry into the United States, and I have confidence that whether it's Pam Bondi or Kristi Noem, that they will be looking at that. I do know our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media that this was something that was happening.
I just gotta say, it's just so ironic. It's so ironic that on the day that you're supposed to get this release of the Epstein client list, we're gonna finally know who these people are, these human traffickers. We're finally gonna start taking people down to the courts and getting justice out of them. And instead, you get a binder full of nothing, and Donald Trump legit brings 2 alleged human traffickers back to America and gives them a warm welcome.
Yep. Yeah, see, now, the same day, I love the fact that he's saying that, because it's true. The fact that Andrew Tate and his brother, yeah, he saw that we need to bring these guys back. My son loves them so much. But, here we go. This is from the New York Post, by the way, so I'm going to a right-wing publication for this one to make sure that everybody... Sorry, that was pointed. So you know that I'm fair. The Justice Department released a handful of files on notorious S-trafficker Jeffrey Epstein on Thursday, though there appear to be no new names on the list. Or details. Weird. The info first went out to a hand-selected crop of right-wing social media influencers Thursday afternoon. And even those recipients were underwhelmed by what the documents revealed. A source who revealed the files to the Washington Post ahead of the influencers' embargoed release that they span more than 100 pages of the notorious pedophiles' phone book, including a list of contacts without further context and address redacted. Okay. This person added, the unveiling was likely to be a disappointment to sleuths eager for bombshell new evidence about Epstein's connections to prominent political and business leaders. They literally are doing it. They're doing the thing where they're like, so Trump can go. What are you talking about? I totally released the Epstein files. Why are you still coming after me? It's like, because you gave us nothing, and this isn't the full files. You got the full files. I don't know what you're talking about.
And
doesn't it's gonna work too, because like again, there's gonna be enough people that are just gonna be like, yeah, I guess we were wrong about Bill Clinton. Yeah, right. See, this is my favorite part, is they were so invested in the Bill Clinton part.
Mom DeSantis.
You like the impression?
No, Mom DeSantis, she was going real mom there, right there, right? Real mom.
I like this guy's hat.
I'm like,
how? You know what? It's kind of funny that you've never actually seen Trump wear a cowboy hat.
We're not going to let this happen. We have
I only wear baseball hats.
Talked to some people And I think they have the power. I hope they have the power, because let me tell you this right now. We don't allow that in Florida, okay? We don't allow that. Like,
we don't allow that. Thanks to, or wait, what's his name? Fuck.
you know, he got his high heels
Ron.
on for this
Thanks.
one.
Oh wait, what do you call him? Ron DeSanctimonious.
But it gets better. It gets better.
The fact that Donald Trump has embarrassed enough people in his own cabinet that they have wacky little nicknames. Ron DeSanctimonious, Little Marco. I told Little Marco he needs to go to Gaza and he needs to take care of everything.
And guys, it gets even better than that, because the leopards are eating faces.
Oh man.
And crazy enough, some of these people are
identifies
actually
as a
like
trucker.
recognizing it.
Dude, his hat totally does look like an old Von Dutch hat.
And
I
seeing
never
it
put
and
that
speaking
together.
out on it. So what we got here,
I'm gonna bring back Von Dutch. Were you guys big fans of Ed Hardy? I was a big fan of Christian Audige.
is Abby Libby, who Abby Libby is married to John, mom, knitter, lifting to own the libs, and currently growing a human. She is the host of the Conspiracy Pill, apparently. This is what Abby Libby had to say. Abby Libby said, I voted for an administration that would stop human trafficking at our borders. I voted to get rapists and PDF files off the street. Trump's action in freeing the Tate brothers was a stunning betrayal of this mandate. You don't say. The guy that has been alleged to, sexually abuse a woman every once in a while, you thought he was gonna stop the human Yeah, I can't anymore with these people.
It's wild.
It's amazing. But of course, Abby Libby doesn't understand. Like, she may be waking up to the fact that Donald Trump has decided to, mask off and bring over these alleged traffickers back to America to give them a place to be safe, a safe space of sorts. But that's not what the rest of MAGA is doing right now. And she got some comments on this one. She got here you go, Rick Barber saying, I'm not a huge fan of these guys, but their past was in prawn and even prostitution. But as a legit business, like it or not, traffickers don't do tons of videos selling their business model on YouTube. These guys were arrested, investigated, and had every woman they could find interviewed. All charges of trafficking, etc. were dropped. Which, of course, he's wrong. Those were not dropped.
No, they were still in the middle of the
they're
investigation.
still on trial
and they had,
in Romania.
Wait. And they had more charges that were brought against them, too.
Currently. She actually replied to him with, you are shockingly badly informed on all this. See reporting by @Crayon. I don't know. Yeah, anyways, there's a lot of other videos out there. And he goes on to continue to argue with everybody in the comments. And he just continues and continues and continues and continues to say, yeah, it might be disgusting, but it's not illegal. And there's some other comments here that are absolutely amazing. You got Mike here. Since they haven't been convicted of anything, as far as we know, there is nothing Trump can do. But I share your indignation concerning these men. Convict them in something other than the court of opinion. Here you go, Captain Retired Ron. I'll start this by saying I'm no fan of the Tate brothers at all. That said, they've been convicted of no crimes and are U.S. citizens, judging people based on allegations, some that seem rather specious. Thought we'd learn that lesson. And then you got Natalie of the Vibe Tribe. She's a patriot. She's wise, intuitive, clean and sober, 12-step oracle, spiritual and religious, guys. Natalie says, nope, and nope. Sorry, I love you, but I completely disagree. Abby here says, they are literally on camera over and over abusing women and bragging about abusing and trafficking women, some underage. And of course, the Notorious Bear here drops in with a laugh out loud, then why did the whole court case fall apart even with this proof? Cat Daddy with the MAGA hat says, you're stupid. They've already started making excuses for why this was such a letdown for all these, thirsty MAGA supporters that were just looking to finally, the Red Scare is happening. The Ped Scare is happening. We gotta get these people and we gotta get these evil Democrats out of office because we know it's just them. There's nobody on our side that did it. No way. No way, brother. Couldn't have been Donald Trump. Katie Johnson. I don't know. Who's Katie Johnson? I don't know that name. Yeah, and...
All right, well, I want to finish this real quick. All right, so indeed, the conservative social media personalities began live streaming footage of the content after the Post's initial report. They revealed files that were long available to public records, such as flight logs. And all that, and all of the boldface names in the contact list were already known from prior disclosures. Hours later, Attorney General Pam Bondi released the documents publicly. The names of the contact book included Michael Jackson, Prince Andrew, Mick Jagger, Ethel Kennedy, and mother of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Alec Baldwin, and Governor Andrew Cuomo. However, the document appeared to be a copy of Epstein's Black Book that was first published in 2021 and later put up for auction. That's yeah. A list of 254 names on another document titled Masseuses was entirely redacted. The flight logs included in the release were made public as part of Epstein's, I can never say her name, accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, I think I got it right. 2021 Ghislaine Maxwell's 2021 trial. No client list was included in the release, which was compiled into binders describing the disclosure. Come on, okay. I'm sorry that I'm kind of skimming this. I really just want to know where the. So we're not going to get to see like the actual files. Fine, I'll take the New York Post edit. Flight logs included a release public by Bondi suggested more details were coming. In a letter to the FBI Director Kash Patel made public Thursday afternoon, she claimed that she had already told the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Bondi went on to demand the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including records, documents, audio files, recordings, blah, 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 blah. Yes, we know it is. Okay, former President Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and Prince Andrew and President Trump are among the high-profile people who are associated with Epstein though Trump reportedly banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago in 2007 over an incident with a club member's teen daughter. Oh, well, he knew about it. He didn't report it, so that means that he's culpable. Sorry, that's not how that works. It's the same with Jim Jordan. You don't get to sit there and just be like, well, I wasn't the one committing it. Copies of the binder were circulated within the West Wing Thursday morning and were distributed to 15 conservative influencers who visited the White House. Okay, so literally, they were like, look, we're gonna give this to the Twitter crowd, and we're going to give this to the influencers because these are the people who really they're the only ones who talk about this. Everybody else, they don't really talk about it. God. All right, we'll finish the Angry Ginger video, and then we'll go on to the next segment, which is...
they've already started making excuses. Pam Bondi has started saying things like, oh my God, I thought I had gotten all the files, but now it turns out the Southern District of New York was hiding thousands more pages. Mm-hmm. And Kash Patel's gonna do something about that. In fact, she wrote Kash Patel a strongly worded letter. Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. First of all, literally says Epstein's list of contacts. I repeatedly questioned whether this was full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. No way! Totally didn't know about that! By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. There will be no withholdings or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this important matter. I know that we are both committed to transparency. Are you, though? For the American people, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and our country. Yeah, guys, I think what they're currently doing is they're having ChatGPT write up a bunch of files, and probably whoever made that Gaza video is probably working on some Epstein videos right now for him, too. All right, well, guys,
How bad that was.
look, this should be a bipartisan issue. This should be something that
Yeah, this should
everybody cares about in some way and wants to see actual justice done.
Yeah. And on the left, it seems to be like, okay, because a lot of the gotchas that a lot of people are throwing out there are just, oh, so you're telling me that if like Biden were on it, you'd be fine. It's like, yeah, arrest him. Like, that's how that works. But what about Trump? Well, you know, he was just friends with him, even though he was like super close. It's like, yeah, dude, like, there was a lot of evidence of him just being like, you know what? He likes him young. When that tape should have been it. You know what? I've known Jeffrey for a long time. He definitely likes him young. Like, and he said that. He said that in a way that wasn't like jokey or even, I mean, it's gross all the way around, but he was doing it like, yeah, you know what? Some like him young. I've dipped my toes. It's just like, bro. No, the most disturbing thing that Donald Trump ever said that everybody ignored was how hot his daughter was. And like how like if I wasn't her father, like wild shit that everybody was just like, oh, that's hilarious. That's adorable. Aw. He loves his daughter. It's like, oh, also the one where the 12-year-old girl is going down the escalator and he looks at her and he's just like, I'm going to be dating her in 9 years. Can I also just bring up the fact that any guy that is over the age, and I'll be fair here, of 22, who starts going, it's legal. It's like, okay, you're a problem. Cool. You're a problem. My dog got knocked by, my dog knocked my glasses off the table last night. I put it back together with tape and cable ties. Ah, yeah, I got a pair of those upstairs. My old pair of glasses. They look a little Sam Cedery, like they're my old square rim glasses. Funny enough, I did not even try that. I got these thin, like the clear ones, because I'm like, oh yeah, I like those, and I like the clear look. Sure as shit. Like a few weeks later, Sam Cedery goes and gets new glasses. I was like, you son of a bitch. Yeah, Trump too. Yeah, okay. Well, then I think look at that. We're all bipartisan on this one. Everybody seems to agree. Like, nah, if you were fucking with Jeffrey Epstein, then you should probably go away for a while. Trump at least knew, and then continued to allow his friend to systematically harm kids. Like, what the fuck, bad man? No, go to jail. Yeah, no, go to jail. Yeah, or maybe like, well, he wasn't necessarily like accomplice, but wait a minute, did the guy, did Joe Paterno went to jail, right? Because if Joe Paterno went to jail, then it should be the same thing, because it's kind of the same shit. Like, Paterno knew what the fuck was going on. So I also think it's super insane, like, how uncomfortable Trump consistently gets when he's asked about the Epstein stuff. Here, let me find that video. There's a very good video about that, where it's like every single time he starts shifting in his chair, he starts like kind of fiddling a little bit, and he goes like this a little bit. Like, you see the brow start like kind of, you know, getting a little bit of sweat on it. You're like, oh boy, all right. Let's see. Which one was it? Give me 1 second. Oh, I did want to cover this too. Crap. I forgot Ethan Klein. He released a video that is just like, ugh. Damn it, I can't find the video. Alright. Oh well. We'll go on to the next one. Screw it. Do I care? Do I care? Do I care? I don't really care. Do you guys care if Amaranth freaking attacked LGBTQ people? Who, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say Amaranth, like, what the hell happened to her? She looks like she's on, like, she isn't looking great. Like, what the hell? For someone whose, like, whole thing is about being, like, you know, the e-girl and all that, she looks awful there. Just gonna go on a limb and say it. This tantrum is bad news grows.
All right, I'm start.
All right, I usually hate David Pakman, but he's actually covering something that I wanted to address. So it's the consumer confidence that I was talking about, and honestly, this is probably my most important story because after going out today, and yes, again, this you can take from it what you will. Yes, I don't go out very much. So when I was, it's like, oh my god, things are so much worse than I actually thought. MacGyver Destro.
Starting to get the emails that I got during Trump's first term, which say, David, you seem like you're rooting against the American economy. You're rooting for a collapse. You're rooting for a recession or a depression to prove some political point. And of course, to that, I say...
Thank your lucky stars every day you're not Dave Pakman.
That's right. You wouldn't want to be on the receiving
like his
end
smug
of these
humor.
emails. It's much the opposite.
I don't mind the humor part of it, but the fact that I've heard that he's actually smug like that turned me off, and I actually unsubscribed from him.
Okay. I
Hearing
am
about somebody that met him, I
not
was like,
alone in
okay.
being concerned about what we're seeing in the economy. But I made it very clear. I'm always rooting for the country. I'm always rooting for those who live here. I'm rooting in favor of the economy. I made this clear when Trump was inaugurated. I said, I hope he succeeds in the sense of helping the country.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm skeptical, but I hope he does. And many people wrote to me and they said, David, why would you hope for that? I hope for that because I don't want to see suffering.
Oh, it was the same thing that I actually hoped that, like, he wouldn't do a bad job with COVID. Like, people just, they think so fucking, like, partisanly. It's kind of disgusting.
I don't want to see unnecessary economic...
The only thing that's being done with that partisanship is they're fucking us. The lower and middle classes are getting completely decimated in this new world, and they think they don't need us, apparently. You do realize that. Anybody that makes over $300,000 a fucking year has decided that they do not need us.
Problems. But I am concerned, and you know what? I'm not alone. We have now seen the sharpest decline in American consumer confidence during this month that we have seen in 4 years. Yep. In 4 years, we have never seen a larger single-month decline in consumer confidence than we saw right now under Trump. The conference board.
The weird part is, and you have to do this because they're like, oh, well, if you're going to do the COVID thing with Trump, well, guess what? That was the COVID thing with Biden.
Consumer confidence index fell to 98
but he still failed.
From 105. 98 from 105. The expectation was there would be a modest drop to 102. Consumer confidence has dropped to 98. This brings the index to its lowest level of consumer confidence since 2022. The sub-index declines also are reflecting concern. The index that reflects market and business conditions went down to 136 from 139. The expectations index, which measures the short-term outlook for income and economic conditions, went from 82 to 72. These are relative indicators, right? What we care about is the proportional drop. And we are also seeing rising inflation expectations. So the 12-month inflation expectation is up from 5.2 to 6%. Now, you might say, I thought inflation was 3%. Yes, this is an expectations index. Where do consumers expect inflation to be a year from now? And consumers expect it to be at 6%.
It's at 6%. We're fucked.
See eggs out of control. They see groceries out of control, and people are very worried about the Trump tariff policy.
Dude, for real. Again, anecdotal, but it's just a good example. The same bag of chips that I bought just last week was almost a full $1 more.
And there are serious reasons to consider that this is going to negatively affect the economy.
It is.
So this raises concerns about a consumer slowdown, an economic slowdown, a reduction in economic growth, the inability of people to afford things. We already have a situation where almost half the country can't meet an unexpected $400 expense without going into debt, meaning putting it on a
Come on, honey, you know I need to like be in my bubble.
Credit card or borrowing or taking out a loan. This can become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Be a left-wing bubble.
And so one of the things we're going to be following extremely closely, we started it earlier this week. I
think at some point people will be fed up and be. I'm not even kidding, dude. Like my mom is a sweet lady who she considers herself a rhino. Like she literally called herself a rhino because she's like, well, they call me a rhino, and I guess, I mean, I didn't really want to vote for Kamala, and I'm not really a Democrat. It's like, okay, fine. And she's like, I just feel like I'm very politically alone, Republican in name only. So, like, all of her Trump supporter friends, she lives in a super red area of the United States where, like, it's, like, super, super red. So, like, the fact that she... like at her church, she's a Christian who thinks that you should do what Jesus says. They don't believe that. They literally have said this, that they think that Jesus was too woke and they need to focus on God's message. That's where my mom I'll never forget the day she called me with that. She's like, I think they're too far gone. I was like, you think?
1 month into the Trump presidency.
But yeah, she told me today that I think I brought it up before this video, but her friends are being completely silent, which is very uncharacteristic of them, considering that they have been just loudmouth Trump supporters for the last, 6 years? She even said that one of her friends took her the Trump flag down because they don't want to even talk about it. And that's a huge indicator, because think about it. He just got into the office. You would be thinking that everybody would be so super excited. When Biden got into office, I don't care what people say. He had a very, very good popularity rating until that May, where I don't know what the fuck happened, but all of a sudden people were just like, fuck this guy. But after they got those COVID checks, they were like, hell yeah.
Where does inflation go? What do GDP numbers start looking like once we get them for the Q4 of 24 and Q1 of 25? How closely does the
essentially they're like, Jesus got what he deserved kind of thing. Like, I would not be surprised if I heard some of that shit come out of those people.
Concern that consumers clearly have right now manifest in the economic data. It remains unclear the direction of this economy. And one of the things that I've said before, and
isn't that a reverse folded turtleneck where it actually folds inward?
I will say again,
I don't like it.
Is that the economy was pretty good before COVID under Trump. I don't say that it's because of Trump.
No.
But when
it was good because he inherited a good economy and he did well at bolstering that economy. He didn't fuck it up, and he got a record stock market at that time. I always gave that credit. Again, his mishandling of COVID should not be ignored, and it shouldn't be handled with the fucking kid's gloves that it is. No, he mishandled it. That's why more people came out and voted against him, because they were like, fuck this guy.
And
it's just that simple.
Here's the reality, okay?
People were not happy, and then he came out and said, maybe you can inject the bleach. I'm telling you, that was the moment that people were like, no.
Economy
This guy's gone.
does not work for a lot of people. We
Just
have
deal with
poverty,
it.
we
God.
have hunger, we have lack
Bunch
of
whiny
access to health care.
Bitches.
There is no question that it is not a perfect economy. But one of the things that is true is that when you sort of stay out of
I'll do you one better, Honeybee. He actually came out and said, maybe we can inject the bleach. Have you looked into the UV light? I saw that you guys can put you can put light down. Like what? I swear, it's one of the
way, meaning you don't under-regulate and
was
you
my
don't
president.
over-regulate.
What?
You don't dump in politically motivated tariffs. You don't make empty belligerent threats just to see what happens. When you kind of stay out of the way and don't do anything too nuts, the economy is dynamic and diverse enough that it tends to do pretty well tracking global business cycles.
Yeah.
When you get in the way, whether it's COVID getting in the way, whether
I saw some lash technician using the UV light to cure lashes. Yeah, no, that's pretty normal.
It's a
yeah, just don't open your eye.
failed COVID response
No, UV can be used for that stuff.
getting
yeah.
in the way, whether it's unnecessary tariffs, whatever the case may be, that's when the economy
Hey, I got UV lights in my my grow tent
doesn't do well. So it's conceivable
for
that Donald Trump could
tomatoes.
have a pretty okay economy, not by virtue of what he does, but by virtue of what he doesn't do. If he stops the tariff talk, if he doesn't look to put in deficit raising tax cuts for the rich and corporations, if he just kind of behaves like a normal person and says, let's let the American economy do what it can do, it would likely be okay, or at least as okay as any other
Isn't that black lights? No, it's UV.
Western developed country's economy. What he is threatening to do has very much the possibility of creating an inflection point and sending the economy into a tailspin.
Now, they're pretty strong UVs too. Like I have to wear sunglasses to actually like do anything in there.
So for those writing in going, David, you seem so eager to see the economy.
UV light's fine in like tanning beds is what you're not supposed to do. It's such a like large amount of
Economy
that,
collapse. No, 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 no. I am not eager at all. I'm concerned. And I'm concerned especially because of
Well, you close your eyes to cure. Like that's the thing. No. I see what you're saying, but I don't know. I've had stuff done where I've needed to like not open my eye. The girl
folks
flinched. Oh,
that don't have
okay. Well, that sucks.
sort of
I'll be honest. That's why I won't get LASIK is because I'm afraid that I'm gonna flinch and I'm gonna fuck up my eye.
the safety net of what some of the blue states provide. And it's Trump voters in red states, but it's also
It's
non-Trump
not
voters
a practice.
in red states who are going to suffer all.
I thought it was. I thought it was a normal practice for curing. Okay. See, I don't know.
Same. So that's the
I
data we
should,
have
too.
now. Consumer confidence at its lowest point in 4 years, biggest drop in 4 years.
Christians start
We
telling
will
other
see what the
Christians
next
who Jesus was and that he got what he deserved. Civil war. They all already hate each other, or wait, hated each other, and now you're gonna disrespect their boy Jesus like that?
month
Hell
brings. Well, I wrote a book after
You
a
wrote
lot.
a book, and you got another AI artist to do the cover. He's got, listen, I don't trust that Pac-Man guy. He's got the bonus show. The bonus show. The funniest part is, like, Pac-Man has some, like, a little bit of Trump to him. You know. I'm not sure if it's on purpose, but that reminded me. All right. Got another segment here. Then Pac-Man has some hairy arms. Part Bigfoot. I got very... I did not get that. Pretty sure that my dad was just like... He was a swimmer and just never told me or something. Here it is. Oh. All right, we're gonna go to this quick legal update on the Republican town halls because I got to be honest, guys. It went super underreported again yesterday and like people just kind of laughed it off. They were like, "Oh, did you see that Republicans aren't doing town halls?" And then it came out, they're like, "No, Trump told them to not do any more town halls." I knew that was going to happen. I called it. I was like, he's going to call them and go, "Listen, you're making us look bad. Don't go out there." It's like, all right.
Mark, we've all seen the images from these. This is Democracy Watch.
My God,
Mark,
he is wearing an
all
Abercrombie
seen the
sweater.
images from these
seen one of
viral
those in
town
a while.
halls across the country where Republican
Like I'm in high
constituents
school
are
again.
coming into Republican
Right
town
back.
halls to yell at their Republican elected officials for not kind of asserting their own authority against Donald Trump and Elon Musk and their overreach. Well, we have news now, and I'll put this right here on the screen, that Republican Party leaders are suggesting that if lawmakers feel the need to hold such events, they do teletown halls or at least vet attendees to avoid scenes that become viral clips, according to Republican sources. And so if they must feel the desire to hold these town halls and to actually face the voters, that they take steps to protect themselves. Can I have your reaction to this in light of what we've seen across the country?
I mean, this is more of the same cowardice that we see from Republicans day in and day out. You know, there's a part of me that thinks that their strategy is, if you don't like the weather, like, don't turn on the Weather Channel, right? Like, act as if it's not happening, right? The problem that Republicans have right now is not the mode of communicating with their voters. The problem Republicans have right now is that their own voters understand that they are being betrayed by Donald Trump and his administration. They understand that what Elon Musk is doing threatens jobs in their communities, threatens services that they rely upon. And most importantly, as you point out, they recognize that the Republicans in the House are completely spineless. They are beyond spineless. You know, they're like a puddle. You know, they don't even have form. They're just like some liquid on the floor that Donald Trump can step in and maybe his shoe gets a little wet, but then he just walks on by.
I made the analogy the other day on one of my videos that these people are so spineless, it's the equivalent of a baby deer in the middle of a 6-lane highway.
That is giving them, you know, baby deer at least have
little
like
bit more
bone
courageous.
structure. Like they have bone structure. They're able to propel themselves on their own.
Yeah.
I mean, like that is being way too kind to the Republicans. And so now what they're doing is they are figuring out how to hide from their voters. And I want to emphasize one of the things you said. These are not just Republicans in swing districts, right? This is not like Republicans in a, you know, who like Brian Fitzpatrick, who has a very swing district, who is, you know, worried about that. These are Republicans in solidly Republican districts being confronted by Republican voters. And so they've got a real problem on their hands, and hiding from the voters is not going to make that better.
I think one of these town halls is a plus 23 Republican district. That's Mark Alford, an R plus 23 district. So to your exact point, these districts are heavily Republican. These are, you know, we've said this before. These are not places where they're organizing district-wide BLM protests. These are districts that have been solidly Republican in many cases for decades. I know McCormick's district, for example, another R plus 22 district, I believe, that's been Republican for 67 years. And yet these people are coming out to push back. And if I had to equate this to anything, it looks a hell of a lot like what we saw in 2018, where Republicans were trying to strip away the ACA, and we saw, even in these red districts, these voters come out and start to begin pushing back on their Republican officials who decided that they would operate independent of what their voters actually wanted.
Yeah, and this is actually, I think, quite a bit worse. First of all, because...
Hey, kiss asses, stop incriminating yourselves. Wrong Red Scare. Okay, thanks, bye.
You know, we are in the, presumably, the honeymoon period.
All right, now that would be funny if Trump actually did it. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, I love you, bye-bye.
Of the Trump administration, right?
Right.
Like, this is the period of time when presidents are usually super popular and their agenda is the most popular thing. Like, this is the give away the goodies part of the program.
So are you suggesting that trying to cut Medicaid, which has over 85% support in the United States, is not, if it doesn't exactly bode good things for the rest of this administration?
Right, exactly, right. I mean,
I know my Republican rep personally. I was on a school board with him. He is a dipshit. No way he will do a town hall.
So that's number one. Number two is you mentioned Medicaid, and you know,
isn't that weird when like somebody you know that was kind of a dipshit when you were a teenager all of a sudden starts running for public office? We have that in my local space here. The guy keeps running for frickin' city council, hasn't won yet. But every time I see his name, I'm like, oh,
in this sense, it is like the ACA
you.
in that the voters understand the truth. Like there's not like a sales job going on here. It's not
Like he shouldn't even be in politics. The only reason he doesn't have a criminal record is because his dad bailed him out after he got into a really bad car accident with his Dodge Avenger.
like the voters don't know what cutting Medicaid would mean for them and their communities. It's not like this can be spun. This is wildly unpopular. And Donald Trump has set up a dynamic to make actually Congress the bad guys. Like the Republicans here have actually been set up by their own president because Donald Trump.
They don't even see it though. They don't see it that they're going to be like, he's going to throw them under the bus.
Continues to say.
It's not the Democrats. Like the thing is, eventually they are like, Trump is already learning this because at least I got to give the mainstream media the little bit, the teeniest bit of credit for going, okay, you can't blame Biden for this. They did start pushing back against that, and they keep hammering him on the economy. So at least that's happening.
I'm not in favor of cutting Medicaid. I'm not in favor of cutting all these programs.
Food stamps,
like food stamps, right? And so he is leading the Republicans to be the bad guys when these budget proposals.
You know what's also disgusting, and it's not stated enough, is that when they do these things, they create a new class war, and it's not the one that should be happening because you got people that consider the takers the ones that are the evil ones, like those evil takers, the ones using all of our entitlements. Like they'll micromanage somebody. I was talking about this yesterday. They'll micromanage somebody at the checkout counter and they'll just be like, oh, how dare they buy those steaks on my SNAP benefit? How dare they? Meanwhile, they will literally turn around to their friend in the same fucking line and the same conversation and go, but you know what? We got to make sure that those billionaires get their tax cuts because I want my tax cuts when I get my billion. I'm sorry, honeybee. You said the same thing. I'm calling you out on that one because let's be realistic. You're not going to make okay. I don't want to say you're not going to make $1 billion. The chances of you making that $1 billion are very, very low. However, the odds of you actually being in the tax brackets that are getting fucked right now are way higher.
They're being put forward. And that, I think...
Trust me, I speak as somebody that is in that. I'm in that exact position. That's why I am a little bit more passionate about it, because it's like, no, I'm getting screwed.
Donald Trump is not planning on walking the plank, proverbially, at the end of this politically, when Republicans become unpopular here. I suspect Donald Trump is going to say, well, not me. I mean, I don't know why they were doing that. I mean, I'm not in favor of that.
Well, I would push back on one thing, and that is this idea that they're not going to try to spin it, because already we've begun to see the sprouts of what they hope will germinate into their full-blown defense, and that is this idea that all of this is warranted, necessary, and justified because they're just rooting out fraud. And so we know that they're going to try to cut $880 billion at least. And that's important too, because we know as part of the budget blueprint that it was at least $880 billion from the ENC committee. We know that it was at least $230 billion from the Ag committee, which of course oversees food stamps. And so we already know the beginnings of what they're going to try to use as their defense, and that is the idea that they're just going to try to root out fraud. And so what is your reaction as we see...
Is it bad that it's an Abercrombie hoodie and I'm just like, I feel like I'm in high school, but it's also an Abercrombie hoodie that I'm like, I kind of like it, and I know how cozy that is. That's one thing I'll say about their hoodies. Oh, damn, are they cozy.
Situation unfolding right now where they're going to make these cuts. It's going to impact regular people, but they're going to basically cosplay as just rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, even if they have to pretend.
Use the term LARP. I don't like when they say cosplay.
That all $880 billion is just going to be fraud.
Yeah, again, this isn't going to work because it's going to impact real people.
Correct.
This is the thing is you can play the waste, fraud, and abuse game as long as you are not actually affecting services, right? So you can say, look, I'm going to cut.
And that's why I even made the case for Doge by accident by saying, we could use a government efficiency department. Oh, wait a minute.
And it will be paid for with cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Then
it was one that's not run by a bunch of dipshits named Big Balls that just got out of fucking high school.
Actually cut anything. The deficit goes up, and people sort of are theoretically impacted by that, but not practically impacted. Here, the problem is they're actually going to cut these programs, and cutting these programs will have real-world impact for their voters. In fact, what's ironic, Brian, and sadly ironic, I mean, I take no pleasure in this, but as you know, Brian, this is actually going to hurt Republican districts worse than it will hurt most Democratic districts. So, like, the people who are going to be hurt the most are the people in these districts, and they are not going to be able to spun out of believing that they have been hurt when, in fact, they have been hurt.
Yeah. Although that's not going to stop Republicans from trying. And we've seen the advantages that are conferred onto the GOP by virtue of their hermetically sealed media ecosystem. And so, you know, I would be floored. You could knock me over with a gust of wind if we actually see any of those real life stories break through when you're watching Fox News or Newsmax or OAN or being featured on, you know, Dan Bongino's show, which if he continues it while he's prosecuting media figures at the FBI.
Why give up?
Why give up now? That's right. After all, most of these people are getting into government to try to get successful shows. So if you've already got one, why stop now? But I would be floored if we see any of these actual stories actually break through on right-wing media. But it will break through in the rest of the media ecosystem, and it's going to be increasingly difficult to insulate this stuff. Medicaid impacts over 85 million people. Food stamps impact over 40 million people in this country. If you think that just by virtue of leaning on the insulation of right-wing media that you're going to be able to evade accountability for this stuff, I think Republicans are in for a rude awakening here.
Yeah,
I mean, I just
I want to.
I can say that I've lost probably 6 pounds since this new presidency. So
add one thing to that. You know, you're kind of more of an expert in this than I am, but it's hard for me to know if the Republican members of Congress are playing dumb or they are dumb. I mean, one of the things is that they seem very surprised that they're being told that these cuts are real and that these things are taking place and that this is all. And what I can't tell is if that's because, like, it's not what they are hearing on Fox News. It's not what they are being told, or whether they actually know better because, like, they're members of Congress and they actually should be knowing better because they have staff to tell them, and that it's all kind of the usual game of, oh, geez, I haven't heard that. That isn't true. Like, do you have a sense, are these congressmen completely out of touch, or is it just a cynical ploy?
Cynical ploy to the nth degree. These people know full well exactly what they're doing, and they built it this way. So basically, the ploy that they're perpetuating here is that all of them are saying, well, this budget doesn't cut Medicaid. This budget doesn't cut food stamps. How dare, pull out the fainting couch. How dare anybody in the liberal media or on the left say that this is going to cut Medicaid and food stamps? That's not what I'm voting for. I would never. But they know full well that the budget blueprint actually seeks to eliminate that funding from the committees. So if you're taking $880 billion out of energy and commerce, for example, if you're taking $230 billion out of ag, the only mathematical way to eliminate that amount of funding is to cut Medicaid out of ENC, food stamps out of ag. That's the only way to do it. And so they have this layer of protection where they can say, well, I wouldn't put my name on anything that specifically cuts Medicaid. I wouldn't put my name on anything that specifically cuts food stamps, but I'm perfectly content to just mandate cuts to these certain committees where the only way they can actually enact those cuts is to cut the programs that they are pretending they wouldn't dare touch. And so it's just this cynical ploy. They all know full well exactly what they're doing. They're playing these gymnastics. The rubber's going to hit the road when, after this blueprint is done and they actually have to go through and make these cuts. That's going to be the difficult part, because now that they've passed this budget resolution blueprint by a vote of 217 to 215, the next part is actually going to be to go through in each of these committees and say, okay, here's where the $880 billion is going to be cut from ENC. Here's where $230 billion is cut from ag.
Right. And that's why I said I think that this is where Trump is setting them up. Because Trump is not.
Wait a minute. Jeff Curry, you guys mentioned Over the Top in chat. Was Trump in that movie?
At the end of the day, going to be like, yes, I agreed to cut Medicaid. He is going to say,
this is the budget they sent me.
Correct. And he's going to say Congress did it. That's 100% right. In fact, he will say Congress did it and I made it better. It would have been worse.
Right.
I used my power to protect people. And he's not.
Cool. You lost weight since dipshit one. I've been trying to gain weight. No, that's the thing, Jeff. I've covered this. I'm trying to gain weight. I want to get back to 175.
Going to stand by this and say that it was
actually not
his
good.
doing, or his OMB's doing, or his ag
Not good at
department's
all.
doing, or Kennedy's doing. He's gonna say, "Oh, that was just Congress." And as usual, the Republicans in Congress will be a total doormat. They will.
It's a trucker. Yeah, it was Sylvester Stallone. I saw it. I was just wondering because I remember we were talking about Trump, and I just had that moment. I had a total brain fart where I was like, wait a minute, they mentioned over the top. Was Trump in that?
Just
it
they'll
was
just
a
take
total
it because, like I
fucking
said, they're
random
just kind of a
moment.
puddle.
One thing that I think is especially
No,
insidious
believe it or not, I've seen old ass movies, man.
in all of this is that
Including,
they're
like,
targeting Medicaid,
crappy
but they're
Stallone
not
flicks.
expressly, or at least right now, targeting Medicare. And I think that the reason that they're doing that is because they know that folks who are recipients
Home
of
Alone 2?
Medicare
Yeah. No, he was in
are
another one.
a voting bloc that votes consistently, that has a lot of political power. The voting bloc that are recipients of Medicaid, we're talking about disabled folks, we're talking about children, tens of millions of people, kids in the children's health insurance program, even in food stamps, there's 40 some odd million Americans that receive food stamps. This is not a reliable voting bloc.
Actually, speaking of random old movies, recently watched oh my god, it's the one with the Green Goblin truck, Maximum Overdrive. I had never seen it before. I was like, you know what? I'll whatever. Emilio Estevez plays just an over the top, just like, yeah, just get out of jail. Yeah. All right, guess I'll help you. Oh, wait a minute, we're trapped in. I don't know why I sound like Biden.
These are not folks who have
Jack, we're about to go get this here truck. We're
or
gonna
exercise
show
a
this
ton of
truck who's
political
boss.
power, and so they
No, but the point that I was going to make is at one point in that movie, there's a golf cart that shows up and it's randomly got a machine gun just attached to it, right? And it can totally swivel the machine gun. It makes absolutely no sense because this is an EMP thing that happened, like an alien I guess wave that took over all this stuff. Either way, it would have had to be like a telepathic wave. Stupid, I know. But I made this point to my mom because my mom was talking about how the incursion would happen if oh, well, if we had to use our Second Amendment rights. And I was just like, Mom, do you realize that this is a moot point because you could have you could have a compound, you could have it all. And all it takes is for one Boston Dynamics robot dog to show up with a mounted gun and you're donezo. So just stop.
had their
This
goal.
is why I think it's ridiculous for anybody that's like, we're gonna fight the tyranny. It's like, okay, well, I'm all for it and go. But yeah, Code 8.
to strip
That's where I saw that fucking. That's where it was. Yeah, It was in Code 8.
away healthcare or lifelines that folks need because they need to find
movie.
some way to even moderately offset what they're going to need for tax cuts for millionaires and
Strange
billionaires.
Brew. I like that
And so
movie.
knowing that they wanted to do that, they had to do it with the least political consequences for themselves. And so they found the most vulnerable Americans who
Honeybee, did you watch They Live yet? You need to watch that movie. It's really good.
rely on food stamps and Medicaid to be able to survive. And they said, well, we know that we're not really going to get punished as much as we would if we targeted, overtly targeted Social Security or Medicare, but we can get by slashing benefits for food stamps and Medicaid because those people don't exert as much political power as the other groups do.
And that's
Right.
Honestly, I think that's a miscalculation because, look at the way that they I don't care if it's the mainstream media spin. The way that they said it and the way that I saw it was the working class thing was true. They came out for Trump and they were very mad at Biden. You had enough people that were just like, yeah, you know what? Biden fucked up. Let's give Trump another shot. And it's as simple as that. Those people are the ones that are on food stamps. Those are the ones that were kind of they were counting on the economy getting better. So as I said, the gaslighting's not working where he's the Biden economy. It's it's not working, dude. Inflation was down and it was trending down all the way up until you got in office. Then it went back up. That's just a fact. It's the same with the tariffs. The tariffs, you have anticipatory tariff pricing already happening because he keeps playing this game. So even if he doesn't apply these damn tariffs, we're still paying for it because they're already trying to adjust prices to make sure they're ready for it. This is why I can't stand this shit, because it's like, especially when people are like, he's playing 5D chess. I'm like, yeah, with our lives, and we're the chess pieces, and he doesn't give a shit if if the chessboard gets blown up.
Setting aside the complete immorality of that, like setting aside the absolute heartlessness of that, it's not going to work. At least not for
I've
that.
always wondered why Republicans are always gung ho about cutting social programs. I've never understood that, especially when they don't they don't get it. Like, a lot of their constituency is a bunch of poor white people who are on those programs.
Right? Like, here's the thing: is like that is a very Machiavellian, very more amoral, immoral strategy if you are running for president. Maybe even in some Senate races that will work. But in these House districts in midterm elections, where you have a House that is currently divided by a single seat, right? Like, it is enough of a constituency. It is enough to switch enough momentum in enough races to flip control of the House.
There are some of these districts that are repped by Republican members of Congress who have.
They're already saying that there's going to be 2 special elections within the House that could flip it.
As much as a quarter to a third of Medicaid recipients.
Yeah.
Right. So it is a insane thing for the House Republicans to be going along with. Like, even just for their own narrow interest.
They're the ones who have to actually answer to us. And the fact that they're canceling town halls now is a red herring if I've ever seen one. And again, I see a lot of fucking Republicans in my local groups going, oh, I'm not okay with that. Because a lot of people like me just started positing. They're like, would you be okay with because we have a Democratic, representative. So if they didn't show up, then what?
Interest. It may be, that it isn't enough to affect, like I said, who wins the presidency, electoral college, or even controls.
Shout out Illinois 9th.
The Senate, though I think there are other problems Republicans have in the Senate. But when you look at how close the House is divided and where these recipients fall, boy, I mean, it's almost like they're just like, okay, like if Donald Trump wants us to give up control of the House, I guess we'll just give up control of the House.
Right.
And again, the primary lens to look this through is not a political lens. It is to look through what is right for the American people.
Yeah, but then it's just obstructionist politics all over again. This is what sucked, and this is why the American people check out of politics in general. Is all of a sudden a split House and a split Senate, you're not going to get any bills through. It's a lame duck session at that point.
To bring us back to where we started, these folks are hiding from their constituents. They are hiding from the people who they were sent to Washington, D.C. to represent. They are hiding from the people who are the most vulnerable, who rely on these programs, and who, as you point out, these elected officials know they are screwing over. And yet they are doing it anyway because they are so spineless. They are such cowards that they do.
I'm not sure if you guys heard him, but he just went.
Ever they have to please Donald Trump.
Right, to their own detriment at the end of the day.
Done with politics?
Well, look, that spinelessness stands in stark contrast to the fearless journalism that you and your team are doing at Democracy Docket. Highly recommend for anybody watching right now, if you want to support good, strong, independent media, and also support Mark and his team for all the work that they do to protect democracy across the country.
All right. I was going to do Democracy Now, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. Because the news has changed so much since even the dropping of the Epstein files. That's going to be interesting. See all the spin tomorrow. Speaking of, here, let's take a look. What? Ah, fuck it.
And I'm saying this
All right. I know I said no more drama. Fuck. I thought this was over. Sorry, guys. I gotta know what the hell he's talking about now.
very clearly, this is exactly what the Ethan is doing as well. Okay? That is exactly what Ethan is doing as well. And the only difference, and this was shared, I saw, because when I go on my subreddit, I still see the H3H3 Productions post. This was shared in the H3H3
So
Productions
bothered by this
subreddit, Ethan's own subreddit, of his former co-host.
Oh no!
Speaker of the House. Enough is enough. Pro-Hamas mobs have no place on our college campuses. Barnard College and Columbia University must put an end to the anti-Semitic chaos on campus. Okay? Yeah. Pro-Hamas. American college students protesting ridiculous expulsions in an Ivy League institution of other American college students who did the most unthinkable thing of all time, which is hurt the feelings of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. Okay? Are we pro-Hamas or just pro-Palestine? This right here is a fantastic question, chatter. It is not that they are, the point isn't that these students are like, we love Hamas, we love October 7, we want October 7 to happen. Even then, okay, that is not the point. They're saying everyone is pro-Hamas. They're saying Hamas is bad. It's a terrorist group. Everyone is pro-Hamas. All Palestinians are Hamas when they're doing a genocide. Everyone that defends Palestinians are also Hamas. The entire point of this is literally to say...
All right, somebody said this to me. Can you sound off in chat? I'm not sure if any of you know this. Is it because he's Turkish that he has these opinions? Because somebody tried to break it down as like reductively as possible, and I was like, I don't know. Okay.
You are not allowed to protest against Israel. You are not allowed to be pro-emancipation. You are not allowed to say...
Yeah, the pro-Hamas thing. That's what I'm just like, why are you even asking? This shouldn't even be it.
Hey, you are apartheid. You are not allowed to say you are anti-genocide. Okay? That's it. That's it. The point of this is not to like gut out the people who are pro-terrorism. Like, also, what do you mean? What is...
Well, no, you're also missing the part that this is a dangerous freaking game to play where it doesn't matter what the subject, like what they're protesting, the fact that they even did it. This is protected. Like, that's protected free speech. That goes back to like the 1960s. We totally, like, there's a reason this happened.
Let's say someone is pro-ISIS even.
Freaking, God, what was the Kent State massacre?
Okay. Let's say someone is pro-Nazi.
There was something to come out of that. Thank fucking God.
Germany. Okay. And plenty of them are in the Republican Party, especially. Okay. In the previous administration,
we might learn
the
about
previous
that,
Trump
actually,
administration, not only did they advocate for to come to college campuses and harm the actual students, they would have gone crazy if you actually deported, or not deported, but expelled a pro-student. Do you really believe that these people give up about anti-Semitism? That's it. They're using Hamas's terrorism designation, okay, to say everyone and anyone that is anti-Israel is deportable or is prosecutable. And for the record, make no mistake, they're also moving in this direction already. It doesn't just extend to Colombia. Here's the Newsmax article. DOJ Anti-Semitism Task Force will put Hamas supporters in jail for years. When protesters face jail time, universities start losing millions of dollars in federal funding. You're going to see a change in their behavior. When you see court orders protecting Jewish students, visas of anti-Semitic students being revoked, you will see a major change, he added, announcing a tour of 10 universities accused of harming Jewish students and allowing harassment. Okay? That's it. And for the record, just make no mistake, and I'm saying this very clearly, this is exactly what the Ethan is doing as well. Okay? That is exactly what Ethan is doing as well. And the only difference, and this was shared, I saw, because when I go on my subreddit, I still see the H3H3 Productions post. This was shared in the H3H3 Productions subreddit, Ethan's own subreddit, of his former co-host's Twitter post saying, America First Party is threatening to put people in jail for hurting Israel's feelings about this country, man. And his fan base of supposedly progressive people were actually excited at the prospect of someone like myself going to prison under the Trump administration. Amazing. I don't know if they've deleted it. I screenshotted it when I saw it. They might have been a little embarrassed about how...
I'm going to just call out the both sides on this drama right now, where You got Ethan continuing his shit. I watched the video last night. I was even debating covering it, but I was like, I don't want to give it any air. But then I didn't know Hassan was actually going. Like, I thought Hassan was gonna leave it alone. That's why I was like, you know what? I don't even want to give this any traction. But fucking Christ, man. I hate to say, man. Like they both mischaracterize what each other say a lot, to the point where it's like just kiss and make up, or just fuck, or whatever the fuck you guys got to do to get this angst out and just have a conversation.
Riled up people got under the post. Just normal social democrat things. Yeah, their top post in their sub is pretending you can't go to Gaza.
Normal social democrat things now. Now we're moving past lib and now going social democrats. Fuck off. If this is what seriously, if this is what his chatters are doing now, and like this is where the pivot's happening, because I had this problem when they were using just blanket using the term lib for any fucking lefty that they had a problem with.
Palestinians will harm you, not Israel. Oh, I can.
Dude, this is right there. That's the behavior that I'm gonna just call it out. That's shit behavior. Don't care about the politics. That person is shitty.
Tell you, it is not the Palestinians that would harm me. It is 100% Israel. Okay, that is the only reason. Get the out of here. Anyway, mods removed that post with the following comment. Hi, thank you for your post. We did, however, remove it as it comes too close to agreeing with Trump's policy, which does not represent us as a community.
Jeff Curry, what's your opinion on the movie Better Off Dead?
We need to be careful about what we project into the world. It's important to maintain our support for Palestine while opposing Trump's continued slide into fascism.
I'm asking because I recently watched it again. It feels like it's almost like the 80s American Pie problem, where it didn't age incredibly well.
For understanding, cheers.
You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. I think they would cheer if he got killed. I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I saw the comments instantly under it. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. What are you afraid of, Hassan? Says Lexi Nope. 3 awards instantly in 20 minutes. Look, hold on. I wonder if it's being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. That community is being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. 3 awards on it. Bro, I can't see shit. Okay, well, it doesn't focus, man. Shut up. I don't know how to do it. Okay. I guess I could send it to myself and then show it here.
That's the way you have to do it. And I just don't. I usually just ignore it. I'm just like, all right, we're moving on.
Ay. Yeah. You're the biggest online anti-Zionist voice. If you don't think they would have said, no, it's not even just me, chatters.
Never heard of it that I know of. It's got John Cusack in it.
Not me. I'm not saying I'm some special person. Okay? I'm saying that anyone and everyone that is doing any kind of journalism that Israel doesn't like is directly in the crosshairs, as Israel has demonstrated time and time again that they are willing to kill journalists. The fuck are we talking about? Or really anyone that is anti-Israel within the crosshairs of an IDF soldier.
This one.
Americans. I mean, they've killed aid workers, man. I don't know what we're talking about. I found the link to the post. Oh,
he's like
damn.
A cartoon artist who,
by the time they deleted it, 157 upvotes.
His creations through in real life.
102 comments. To be clear, this should concern you for obvious reasons. I can see the very near future where any support for Palestine is supporting Hamas. Think about who's in charge of the DOJ. We already had something like this called the Red Scare. People were teachers, actors were as well. Thank God there's still people pushing back on this shit. Jesus Christ. Hopefully they can understand what the community is turning into. Hassan is absolutely vile, but we shouldn't support this. Hassan should face legal consequences for his participation and direction in a targeted smear campaign.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Dude, the internet is so fucking unhinged.
But that consequence should
oh my God.
Should not involve jail time.
What did Anna call me the other day? You sweet summer child. Yeah, she's like, you sweet summer child.
What smear campaign? Some of those activists are insane, but if you don't think this will be abusing his good faith,
there's benefits in not being online brain. I hope you guys understand that legit. When I'm not here, I'm very much not in this stuff.
That's just that you are wrong. Hassan is an idiot, but don't let this make you think the actions of a fascist are justified. I think
it's a very good movie, Jeff. You should check it out with your kid.
They're mainly focusing on What they're mainly focusing on is the protests on university campuses where people were blocking Jewish students from coming in.
It was just, there were a few scenes where I was like, whoa.
I don't think they were rounding up online activists. Doesn't make it better. Targeting protesters is wrong. How is blocking Jewish people from entering parts of their campus protesting? There was a specific incident where they were checking people's before giving them permission to be there. That's probably a hate crime. It should already been prosecuted. Thanks. This article proves my point. Legal action was already taken. Further attempts to target protesters and assault on free speech. 3,100 college campus students who engaged in the lawful, constitutionally protected act of protesting, okay, as protected by the Constitution, were arrested in a deliberate effort, under the Biden administration, mind you, in a deliberate effort to squash any sort of free speech from taking place. It's called a chilling effect. That is the entire purpose of this, is to arrest and prosecute people for criticizing Israel, so that other people that see that think twice before they also
No, to be fair, this also kind of does lead to like what I was saying. I know it seems hyperbolic, but it's like, this could happen to us. Like, this could happen to Hassan. This could happen to me even, like as a smaller YouTube creator. Like, if you say enough against the regime, yeah.
Also engage in many of those protests that were arrested were Jewish, by the way. Why not exactly? Guys literally trying to sow anti-West sentiment.
That's my kid. I'm not ready to have another one. You don't call your kid your kid? Like,
in the
your son, your kid? My dad, are you?
Yes. At what point can we say
so is my dad just being kind of like mean?
Enough is enough. His actions may not be violent.
Thanks for, thank you for being here, Bloodstone. I really appreciate it.
Violent, but his devout
also, yes, I'm going to actually have a nice little cheers in your name.
Followers thinking they're justified will be. The progressive community, by the way. What an incredible fucking take. Incredible. I'm not saying this bill's a thing that should happen, but when it comes to specifically to Hassan, I think there's a good case to be made to limit his growth that will inspire future violence. The amount of power these people think you have is insane. I know. It's wonderful. They've been made to believe this. They think I fucking control subreddits and Discord servers, and I mean, whatever. I don't know what the fuck Ethan is telling his audience, but clearly there's
if he's anything like me, he shuts his fucking stream down and he doesn't look at it.
Plenty of people in this supposedly progressive community that's willing to be like, yeah, honestly, it's not so bad. Ethan thinks you are directing all of the subreddits that criticize and make fun of him in an effort to smear him. That's what they mean.
All right, guys. So you know I've made it when I get my own subreddit.
By the smear campaign.
Do I even ever read it?
And they think you're doing what D does. Dude, at some point they have to understand that at some point people have to recognize that I'm a fucking boomer that doesn't even have any control over my own subreddit, let alone other
family affair, family movie night
subreddits. What the fuck? The only time we've ever done like any sort of enforcement was ironically to limit the amount of...
I actually had the last family movie night I had was 2 or 3 Christmases ago. My dad actually stayed with me overnight for Christmas Eve, and we watched Home Alone and laughed our asses off at it because he hadn't seen it for so long that like the physical comedy of that movie, he did make me realize, he's like, you realize that this is a masterpiece, right?
Ethan Pose. Weird, because you haven't convinced anyone that he's a piece of shit. He did that all on his own. Yeah, no, literally. Their subreddit is just a snark page about you now. Yeah, I know. Ironically enough,
it is.
It's always projection.
It is.
It's literally always projection. He's been complaining about fucking subreddits coming after him that are comprised entirely of his former fans.
Who cares?
While simultaneously he has directed his community.
Ignore it. Ignore the fact that Reddit even exists.
You have very active Redditors to basically turn their relatively active subreddit into a fucking snark page that on any given day will complain about my shoes that they think is ugly or complain about my fizz or whatever, which by the way, you know, I think they look pretty good. I think I'm going to be fine before I'm sure that this recognition will extend the subreddit thinking like, oh, well, he noticed us. He sees our posts. My community doesn't like the shoes either. I like them because my community doesn't understand swag. Okay. Margiela tabbies are.
No, occasionally you just do dress like you went through your brother's closet and found pieces.
are fucking wearable art. But were they $1,500?
Okay.
I think it was cheaper than that, but I mean, it was still very expensive. Yeah.
Less is
They're
more,
Marshall
my
and
man.
Tabby's chatter. Yeah. I had to get them for the red carpet fit. I'm a fucking fashion girly. Frames only or lenses too? What? No, we're talking about the shoes. We're not talking about my glasses. Vans are $50. You're a grifter. Yes, I know.
Vans are 50. I mean, I got mine. Yeah, for 50 actually. Hold on.
I'm
yeah.
a grifter. That's why.
It's all Vans. Wait a minute. They're shitting on Vans? No, bro.
Why? If only Hassan didn't like dead Jewish children. Like, this is such a psychotic thing to fucking assert, dude. Like, you're a real freak. I hope you know that. And you very clearly don't give a shit about anything. If you, here, you have them cheering on a buddy of a certain Nazi. Shout out to Harley. Also, again, in terms of fits, stones from glass houses, you know what I mean? You're a fan of Ethan Klein and you're talking about other people's fits. It's pretty funny. Who's that? I don't know.
What, you gotta sit there shitting on people who wear the same jeans and hoodies and.
Oh, I don't know where. I don't.
everybody can
He's
afford
Epic
that,
Mealtime,
like,
and I've linked up with him. He seemed like a nice guy, but I don't know. I don't know
Hand me
what
a hitter. We watched Borat 2. It was a good time.
his
Hell
like
yeah.
recent opinions are. Because
cool that
I
you can smoke
remember
with your
him. I remember him like working out with Sam Hyde and then feeling bad about that decision because he's a fucking Nazi and a pedophile. Okay. Sam Hyde is. And I don't know if he's like homies with him again or some shit. I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw something that he said that was literally like him defending Sam, being like, oh, it doesn't matter if he's a Nazi or not. Like, he's nice to me personally. And I'm like more afraid of Hamas than I am of like American Nazis. Yeah, he was in Creator Clash. I know. I don't know. It's just sad, man. I wish people didn't have these opinions, but there's not really much you can do about it at a certain point. Oh, this is what. Oh yeah, Epic Mealtime is a hypocrite. So dude goes out to bat for Ethan, which whatever. I know he's a pro-Israel enthusiast too. Talks about how we need to stop anti-Semitism, yet in the same thread glazes Sam Hyde, which is insane if you ask me. What is this? No, it's time to block you. Sure, man, you really care about Jews. Keep virtue signaling. You will never criticize Sam Hyde, who's an actual anti-Semite, after you train with him because you're a coward. The meanest shit said to me on this app didn't come from him or his audience. The meanest shit said to me on this app came from people that I agree with on 99% of issues. It's been very strange since October 7 for someone like me. Do you disagree with what I quote tweeted? I'm not talking about him being mean to you. I don't care how he treats you. If you're genuinely concerned about anti-Semitism, you won't be playing defense for him, training with him, and supporting him. That person hates Jews more than any Hamas supporter. Your outrage is fake. You're wrong. He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Meanwhile, I've seen Hamas supporters kill and attack Jewish people. I've seen Hamas supporters spit on the dead bodies of Jewish people as they were paraded around town. So what the fuck are you even saying? He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Again, I don't care about how he treats you. He always admits his racism doesn't impact his relationships. How do you explain the Jewish conspiracy theories, the Nazi march, the Roman salutes, being friends with Nick Fuentes, the existence of bad Hamas supporters? What is the existence of bad Hamas
Sam Hyde even still like around?
supporters doesn't disprove what I said. Similarly, there are Jews who spit on dead bodies as well. Doesn't mean Jews are evil. And then a Coinbase coin tracker app, fantastic way to end this Twitter thread. But yeah, it is pretty crazy, I think, to be like, nah, Sam Hyde was nice to me personally, even though he is like a literal fucking neo-Nazi. Like, that's insane, dude. He is like,
yeah, that's kind of.
I promise you, okay? I promise you, an American neo-Nazi is always going to be infinitely more harmful to you as a Jewish person living in America than people that you're perceiving.
Fucking Epic Mealtime. That's something I haven't thought of or heard of in a long time. Damn. All right. We got it. We got the drama. All right. Ugh. Over this shit. Let's see this one. Thank you for sending me this. MAGA.
Wow.
MAGA fired by Doge. Let's see some copium. Plus, we didn't do our Adam Mockler segment.
Wow,
yet, so.
read this part. She also believed Trump when he said that Project 2025,
Oh, no, his hair somehow got worse.
the conservative blueprint to cut the federal workforce, was not his plan.
What?
Then
What? How this one piece? What is this?
she got fired by Trump.
Who cut his hair and went, I'm going to leave this piece this much longer than this? What the?
And lost everything. All right, let me set the stage.
Me. I'm sorry.
The Washington Post, currently on their front page, has the story of a young Trump supporter who happens to be a mother and who just got fired from her job because of Doge. Because of people like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, other rich people who will be insulated from the consequences of their actions. But this young mother won't be. And here's the thing. We've covered a lot of stories of open.
You get to learn a harsh lesson because FAFO or whatever the fuck, but
brazen Trump supporters then getting fired from their job, and a lot of times we can find a bit of irony in it, right? There's always a little bit of irony, but this one, it's just sad because this person was incredibly misled and tells her story throughout this quick post, and I'd like to read it. I mean, for example, of one that's funny, for just a quick palate cleanser before we go in. Do you guys remember Marilyn O'Brien, who was responding to a bunch of posts about Kamala saying, "Thank God it's finally happening. Let's get rid of corruption and all the government waste." This was on February 12th, if you see my cursor. And then, if we go over, on February 12th, again, they're only looking for bad actors. The foster care system will be safe. Quit fear-mongering. In response to a post about Doge going for the child care system, they say they're only going for bad actors, don't worry. We then see Doge.
No. He's trying to pretend that, or, well, okay, I'm not going to say that he's not pretending. He may genuinely feel bad. I don't.
At the IRS going through a trove of data, and Marilyn O'Brien says, "Don't worry, people. They are only looking for
peace all going for epidural thing in the morning. Let's say keep staring. It might do the trick.
crime."
I'll be making jokes too. Dude, I hope that you make jokes all the way through it.
In the IRS. This was February 13th. And then the cherry on top.
You got to make a "what are you putting in me" joke.
February 16th, Marilyn O'Brien responds to Donald Trump by saying,
"Come on.
My daughter lost her job today. She worked for years to get what she had accomplished. She loves her job and bought a home nearby just a few months ago. Life was good until she lost her job today from Doge. I voted for you 3 times." This person gets a good old fell for it again award.
Yep.
The fell for it again award is when you fall for a con man's BS openly and brazenly. Now here's the thing. While this one is kind of funny and ironic, let me tell you the story of Riley Cooper,
viewers.
who's normally more focused on motherhood than politics until came Doge. Before we jump in, make sure you're subscribed. Go scroll down and look how close we are to 1 million subscribers. We are this close, and people keep saying, "Hey, Adam, I thought I was subscribed, but it turns out I wasn't." Good luck on 1 million. This one reads, Riley Cooper
10K?
exhaled as she slid onto the couch after 9 hours of work for the U.S. Forest Service, still covered in the blue paint she used to mark trees for local loggers. Then she got the text, quote, "I hate to be the bearer of bad news," her union leader wrote. It was the second Thursday in February, and a historic White House purge aimed at federal workers like Cooper was sweeping the country. But the headlines felt far away from her life in rural Michigan. She figured her jobs, with paychecks totaling about
I love these stories. I should feel the humanity, but no, fuck that, man. In this case, you're getting what you deserve. Learn from it.
$40K a year would be safe from the cost-cutting campaign led by Donald Trump
and stop looking at Democrats to come and save you.
And
like,
billionaire
no,
Elon
not gonna happen
Musk.
anymore.
Besides, motherhood was her most pressing concern. Cooper, 24 years old, and her husband were trying to get pregnant, but the doctor said that IVF might be their best chance. Trump had promised to make IVF free in some offhanded remark. I don't know. He says a lot of random ass stuff. That is what she thought about when she was in the voting booth. She thought.
But then they do the same thing when, oh, he's just saying stuff.
that Donald Trump was going to make IVF free for God knows whatever reason. Now she was staring at her phone, learning that probationary workers in the Forest Service were the next to be fired by his administration. Cooper would likely be one of them. Her union had told her. And yes, while Elon Musk is firing a bunch of probationary workers and apparently cutting a bunch of fraud, waste, and abuse, as he calls it, but it's really just people who are working for our federal government, he's also cutting people who worked for our government for decades. There was one story we covered where somebody who worked for the federal government for 16 years got fired. They had highly specialized expertise, and they were just let go. Riley's eyes watered. She knew it wasn't personal. Every day brought new rumors of cuts, and her performance evaluation from last fall found her fully successful, the highest possible score. But even people with the highest possible score have been cut. I mean, for people that talk about merit a lot, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are always talking about merit. They sure are firing people very indiscriminately. They don't care about merit whatsoever when it comes to firing. Or I guess hiring, if you look at Pete Hegseth and all the people around him. She reminded herself that she had done everything.
If you don't know, we do the 420 fun half. So if you are 420 friendly, load up and we will cheers.
Right. Graduated college with a 3.5 GPA, finished her first semester of work towards a master's degree in forestry with a 4.0, rescued 2 dogs, rescued 2 cats, chosen a man who held her on the shower floor when she found out she had endometriosis, a condition that led to infertility. She thought about a Facebook post she had seen a few days earlier. Quote, "It's February 3rd, her grandmother posted, and we're going in the right direction. Quote, "Any government employee who is afraid of transparency," wrote the man who taught her AP government class in high school, "is a criminal." And this is a thing. This is what they're doing that is so incredibly frustrating. They keep saying, hey, if you're opposing what we're doing, you must be a criminal. You must be a little bit shady. You must be opposed to government transparency, when it's like, no. We want the government to be transparent, number one, but we want there to be oversight. We all want there to be oversight, and there is. And Elon Musk is pulling this trick in front of us all, where he's releasing all of these numbers selectively. But you have to remember, these numbers were already public. They were already in the reconciliation bills that Congress would pass. Elon Musk is just acting like they are bombshell numbers. He's acting like he's being uniquely transparent when he's not. He's doing this selectively with no oversight. And then he's accusing anybody that calls him out of being a criminal. And it's just the laziest line of thinking. It's literally the Trumpian tactic of when Trump used to say, the only reason they're coming after me and saying I'm a criminal is because they're the real criminals.
Yeah.
No, Elon Musk is just uniquely corrupt.
Well, yeah, and then the fact that Democrats never did call him on the fact that he would always say they must be doing this, and then it turns out he was doing that. You mean projection?
And he's going through this at a breakneck speed. And nobody wants him. Yeah, nobody wants this. Cooper knew the people in her life meant well, but she wanted her future to be different from theirs. She had grown up watching her family struggle as her mother lost one job, then lost another, then another. She was just a few months shy of her graduate degree and close to a promotion that could nearly double her salary. Even 50 or 60K a year, she thought, could help get her a house a few counties over with better schools. And that all just got taken away from Elon Musk, who, again, is incredibly insulated. And, you know, I can't help but feel bad. I hope that Riley figures everything out, gets back on her feet, and has the best possible life she can. But, I mean, people need to understand the consequences of their...
That's the consequences of your actions, though. See, he's a little bit younger than me. Once you start edging that 40, you start not having the whole, I'm going to feel bad for everybody. You start going, nah, you fucked around, you find out. You got to learn your harsh lesson there, kiddo.
Their actions, and people need to understand that what Elon Musk doing is not some fun
Can't save
gig
everybody.
where he's going in and him and his bros are cutting all the fraud, waste, and abuse. No.
Or as my grandma used to say, yeah, don't ever waste time trying to help somebody who doesn't want to help themselves.
They're just firing a bunch of people who work their asses off. You know, maybe I should make a full video compiling all of these stories, because I've reported story after story after story of Trump voter who gets fired, Trump voter whose daughter or mother gets let go, Trump voter who loses this or that. And yes, while some of it's sad, some of it's ironic, maybe I should make a master video covering all of these stories, because these are the consequences. This is what happens when you vote, when you roll the die and vote for a lunatic. For now, she and her husband lived...
The one thing I'll say about Mockler and like the guys who do the video format thing, I kind of feel bad for them in that they don't have a schedule. So like they will literally be up for hours trying to maintain their lives, and then they'll have to go make these videos as the news drops. That's where I'm glad that I do this.
In Baldwin, Michigan, a village of about 1,000 people where the high school track is made of cracked cement and weeds. They had purchased their home because it was cheap, less than $150K, and close to their families who could help with childcare. It takes 3 minutes to drive past Baldwin's one post office, one bar, and one bowling alley. So it's a very, very small town, small community, and most people in Baldwin like Donald Trump. More than 62% voted for him in November. And it reminds me of this town in Oklahoma that saw massive job loss. This reads, massive Oklahoma job loss as 600 federal employees at Tinker Air Force Base will be fired tomorrow. Tinker is the single largest site employing people in Oklahoma. Again, Tinker is the single largest site employer in Oklahoma. You can see it went for Donald.
I still love that meme. What goes on here? Right here. I want to know what happens here in the panhandle.
Trump by 66% this in Oklahoma. And
you feel like you have your own little
people are
state?
getting fired. And here's the thing. The way Elon Musk has been operating, I can almost guarantee they're going to be rehiring some of these people desperately in about 24 to 48 hours. But I mean, yeah, it's sad. When it comes to Riley, the mother, getting fired meant she would no longer have health insurance, including the 12 weeks of paid maternity leave that was a guaranteed benefit of her federal service. And gone would be the promotion that would have allowed her to plan for the kids she so badly wanted to have. I mean, that is sad. They were probably betting on the 12 weeks of paid maternity leave to get them through, to help them, and now that is gone. She wondered if Trump was going to break his promise to make IVF free, and if it would even matter if he did. Oh, honey. Trump is not doing anything like that. Her husband sat beside her and squeezed her hand, still processing. Together they had been counting. 16 days until they could try again, 28 until she could take her next test. After she was sexually assaulted at 16, Cooper had sworn she would never be caught unprepared. But here she was, betrayed by her body, which would not cooperate, betrayed by her family who supported firing federal workers like her, and perhaps most painfully, betrayed by herself. And here's the thing. I mean, Cooper
If she didn't vote. Oh, wait a fucking minute. If she did not vote, okay, if she didn't vote, and if she didn't vote for Trump, then no. I retract everything that I said. I thought this was like about her being a Trump voter.
I want to think about what had happened 3 months prior, but her mind went there anyways, to the voting booth in Baldwin, where she had filled out every part of the ballot before turning to the box that said presidential. She said she stared at it for 15 minutes. She did not want to vote for Trump. Cooper hated what he said about women and how he treated them. I mean, it's just, how can you justify this? If you
Oh, wait, but she voted for him based on the IVF thing, so no.
understand what Trump has said, if you've heard it and you hate it, how can you still justify it? Her family always said the women who accused the president of sexual assault had either made it up or deserved it. Cooper heard them and kept her own experience a secret, thinking they might feel the same way about her. She voted for Biden in 2020. Now, here's the thing. I know people in high school like this. Like, I know girls, I know young women in high school who are rather liberal. You ask them about any issue, whether it's abortion. They say, yeah, I'm pro-choice. They say, yeah, I believe in gay marriage. It should be legal. They believe this down the entire list, all of the liberal issues, but they still voted Trump, but just because their family told them, hey, that's what you're supposed to do. He's good for the economy. Don't you want a good economy? And it's just, yeah, she voted for Biden in 2020, her first time voting, but life felt more complicated. Her mortgage was too expensive. Groceries were nearly $400 a month. And
it's only going to go up, and these are only going up, and our taxes are going up. All of it's going up.
A single cycle of IVF could cost more than 10% of her annual household income. Wow. Her annual household income. That is wild. Trump, at a campaign stop an hour and a half south of her, had promised to make IVF free. She knew that from a video clip she saw on TikTok, and she had believed him. And I guess that is the core of it right there. Trump was able to dominate TikTok, dominate the news cycle, dominate all of this, and convince people that he was fighting for them. I mean, convince low information voters. Yep. And I'm not saying low information to put people down. It just generally
bro, stop.
means that you
Admit that there are low information voters. There are people who don't give a fuck about politics until it literally comes crashing into their lives. No.
Only consume a few short form clips and vote based off that, which Riley admits that's how she voted. And yeah, Trump dominated with low
I'm not gonna
information.
sit there and rub it in their face like
voters.
But
She also
in
believed
this
him when he
case,
said
is
that
listening to it. No, call it what it
Project
is.
2025, the conservative blueprint for the next Republican admin that suggested mass cuts to the federal workforce, was not his plan. She thought Project 2025 was not his plan. Then she got fired. Cooper filled in the bubble next to his name, thinking of the daughter she wanted. She planned to name her Charlotte. And here's the end of the article, which I find, okay, this part's ironic. The days after she got the text passed quickly. A call from the district ranger, who was in charge of the Forest Service in Baldwin, telling her to pack up her things. 4 days after Trump fired her, Cooper was in bed with her husband. She picked up her phone and saw the news. There was a new executive order to expand access to IVF. She read the White House fact sheet, which talked about Trump's request for policy recommendations to reduce costs of the service. But it still wasn't free, and she was still out of a job and out of a plan. Quote, delivering on promises for American families, read the White House announcement. That's bullshit, she recalled thinking, putting her phone down. And that's the end of the article. I'll
So
leave
many
it there.
votes with one
Subscribe
stupid
so we can
meme
hit
or
1 million.
another.
I love all of you guys.
Gas stoves,
Peace out.
windmills. He got very stupid votes. Yeah, I know. No, he did. No, it's unfortunate, but like what Mockler's doing there, I get it. I'm mean in that regard, where it's like, no. As I said, I'm too old for this shit. I've seen the bully tactics that our opposition uses, and no. As I said, one of my biggest things is I match energy. So, but in her case, yeah, that sucks. She was convinced by her family to vote for Trump because she thought it'd be better for her life, because she was a low information voter. This should almost wake her up to be a more informed voter. Like, I'm not gonna hold people's hands for this shit. Like, the fact that, like, I have my audience, like, and you guys are interested in politics already makes me, like, I'm proud of you guys. Like, that's great. Like, pretty much by the merit of anybody seeking this stuff out, I automatically go, all right. But then that shit, like, the people that spend 4 years in between presidential cycles ignoring all politics, and then they go to the last minute where they know, oh, well, I know this Tuesday's voting day. Let's go look at this. This is why the whole, like, what's a tariff? Like, that's why is Joe Biden in the race was, like, I think the #1 search result the day before the election. So there's just so much of that shit, man. That's, God, it's ridiculous. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. So sick. Yeah, we got to deal with them. That's what we got to do, you know. All right, I want a fun story. Let's go with a. Oh! I know what I want. I know exactly what I want. Haha, let's go. Oh, hell yeah. All right, comedy time. Guys, let's have some fun. We got 3 minutes, or 2 minutes until the 420 fun half. Let's kick this off properly. After the 420 fun half, I'm going to play the Pep Talks theme song just because I can, and then we're going to watch a new Josh Johnson bit. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Hope you guys like Josh Johnson. He's one of my favorite comedians. Oh, man. What is it about comedians? Once they make too much money, they just become unfunny. Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, Joe Rogan. It's starting to happen to guys like Mark Norman. It's starting to happen to guys like Big J. Okerson. It's starting to, like, Bobby Kelly. Like, all these guys that have been around for a long time. Man, they all just getting less and less funny. Gotta say, man. Because it's kind of like, oh, you can't really make funny jokes when you're talking about your third house and, you know, your vacation homes and, oh, you know, it's so funny when my Rolex, you know, stops at 420. Get it? Yuck. You know, it is awesome, though, when this clock stops at 420 and we all smoke together. So if you guys are new to the channel, please leave that like button or hit that like button. It really helps me out. But also, I hope you guys are having fun chilling. This is essentially the stoner circle of the internet. So we have fun here. All right, we got 20 seconds and then fun time. Been waiting. Also, here, I gotta do this too. There we go. We're good. Hell yeah. Much better.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming.
I'm literally
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
That's right. And technically this is high on comedy. Let's go.
Francisco, California. Please make some noise for Josh Johnson!
Oh man, he does meet and greets. Fuck. I gotta go meet this guy.
I've been having trouble. I can't stop thinking about how we've gone from this like 36-hour news cycle that we were kind of in last year to now this sort of 12-hour, maybe even 6-hour news cycle that we're in now. It's just everything bombards you all the time, and there's no time to take in a story as it's happening. As soon as a story happens, there's another thing to replace it that's the big deal for this 20 minutes, you know? And it's hard to even vet stories now. Like, there'll be a story that seems like a big deal, but the more you think about it, the more you're like, why'd you tell me that? But it'll be big news for a second, and then it'll be like, oh, but then that was just wasting my time, okay? Like, I don't know if you saw, but apparently after all this time, they've nailed it down. They've solved it. Apparently, we got Jack the Ripper.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Some would say a little late.
Some would say a little late.
Some would definitely say that all the women alive now are worried about the men alive now. But at least we got Jack the Ripper, you know? He eluded us for a while, but he couldn't hide forever. Apparently, some guy claims he nailed it down with some DNA, and after I finished reading it, I was like, yep.
There we go. I was like, what the fuck? Dude, my nostril just shut. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
He got away with it. Because that's the thing. It's like you're inundated with so many different notifications, so many different news stories going down the line. You can't even enjoy the little things that aren't even quite news. But like, remember when a video would be viral for like a whole day? And we'd all share it for like a day. We at least used to have a day.
Yeah.
And now there's so much news, you don't get to enjoy anything for like a full day. And not everybody even sees the thing that's dope. Like, this is just me personally, but I've very much been enjoying how terribly these Dove releases have been going at funerals.
Oh my God. Yeah, have you seen those? Yes.
In case you're not familiar. There are some funerals where everybody can't get like a 21 gun salute or anything like that. So they'll do something special, whether the funeral director suggests it or the family wants it, and they'll have these doves. And it depends on how they want to do it for the funeral, right? Some people say some sweet words and they release one dove at a time. Some people say some sort of message. They give a eulogy either at the cemetery or at another special place to the person that passed, and then they release all the doves at one time. But one thing that's been happening consistently is they will stand people in a line and give them the cue to release the dove. And when you see a dove released, it does make you feel something. It's like a powerful thing. I understand why it's such a symbol for people. But the last few videos I've seen, the doves do just sort of die rather than fly away. There's one video that is truly spectacular. It is art to the point where I worried it was a sketch. There's 3 family members standing in a row, and this first one's cute to throw the dove up, and she even bends her knees a little bit, really give it some oomph, and the dove bounces off her hands and then bounces off the ground. As she snaps back, she's like, ooh, I hope that's not an omen. And then the second person releases their dove, and that dove flies off beautifully. And you're like, okay, not so bad. And then the third person goes to release his dove, and I think he knew his was dead. If anything, I feel like he pitched that one. He was trying to like, if I can toss it high enough, maybe it'll wake. There was another funeral where they were doing dove releases, and they had like 5 people lined up, and they were doing a different like stanza to this poem, and at every break in the stanza they released one of the doves and stuff, and they were getting close to the end. So this I don't know if this woman was number 5 or number 4, but she was whispering at the funeral director the entire time, "He dead. He dead. He dead." And the funeral director's like, what? Hand me another one, he dead. And the funeral director's like, that's all I brought. What do you mean that's all you brought? He clearly dead. She's like, funeral director looking at him, trying not to interrupt the beautiful poem that's being read, and he's like, no, he's asleep. He's asleep, he'll wake up, just throw him, he'll wake up. You throw him, he'll wake up. And they released the second picture, and the third picture is right here, and she's like, this is a dead bird in my hand. Don't play with me. Find another bird. And it's like, I swear it's asleep, just throw it. And then the third person throws theirs up, and then they read the poem, and the woman's standing there like...
God. I need to find this video.
You could tell they get the like last couple lines of the poem, and this woman holding this bird goes... She just tried to like waste bird up, and then they end the poem. Everybody looking at her, and the field director like. And then sure enough, she go to, and the bird just plopped down. And she was looking at the field director daggers like, "This your boy?"
All right, hold on. We gotta do it. Real quick. I hate to interrupt a bit, but here.
And my brothers, I heard David said just the other day, "Oh, if I had wings like this dove, for then will I fly away and be at rest."
That's one of them.
I was watching. And my brothers, I heard David said just the other day,
Damn it. I don't think that was
"Oh,
it.
if I had wings like this dove,
And then the fifth
for then
person,
will I
their dove fly
away
off, no problem. So
and be at rest."
everybody.
Are you serious?
And my
Everybody got a good dove, except for her.
I thought I had it.
I felt
My bad.
for her. One thing I don't know if everybody thinks about when it comes to those dove releases is where they go. What's next? I don't know if I don't know anything about this, so I don't know if the dove returns and they just know to go to the funeral director's house or something. I'm assuming they start a new life. Like, I'm assuming the dove gets thrown in the air. It was like, what a beautiful ceremony. I didn't know him, but y'all sent him off right. And then they fly off and try to get things going themselves.
This is actually kind of a decent, wholesome answer. They join a flock.
I'm just trying to imagine what it would
They
be
join
like
the first
to be
flock of doves
like a released
that they,
dove
find.
at a Bronx funeral. You're a released dove at a Bronx funeral. And then you land on some roof somewhere. You're like, all right, I guess I gotta get my bearings. And then a pigeon land right behind you, just, what's up, sweet thing? Pigeon just seemed like a very rub the belly bird, It's like, how you doing, huh? Hey, you looking fine as hell. No spots or nothing. Hey, you must be new to the city. Let me show you around. I know where the good spots are. That's the world we're in now, Nothing but news stories, non-stop. Everything's coming at you. We've gone from this 36-hour news cycle to the 12-hour, 6-hour, 4-hour on a really bad day.
4 hours.
And you cannot care about everything.
Nope.
You can't, you want to have empathy, and especially when something's big, you want to care about it for as much attention as you feel like it deserves. But then another thing happens, and you're just daisy-chained bad news all the time, or what's supposed to be important news all the time. And so sometimes things fall out of your head because you're like, I can't focus on everything at once, and some things I can't do anything about. And so after a while, you haven't heard about something long enough, you just assume it's been resolved if nobody's talking about it. But nobody's talking about it because there's so many things to talk about. And you also have to measure up how you feel about the world right now with the fact that everyone trying to give you news about the world also wants your money. They want a subscription from you. So they're just inundating you with all this stuff because,
I mean,
maybe you'll like news from
like
us. So we'll just keep sending you notifications. Because there's always a lot happening in the world.
Gotta own it.
That's not different. The fact that we
Thanks,
have
Josh.
access to it is different. Like, I was thinking about all of this last week. I was just sitting there and thinking to myself, dang, we never did get those astronauts down.
Still there.
What's the plan? That was a while ago. We should probably do something about that. And look, it's not like I can do something about it. You know, I care, but I can't help. It's not like when your loudest, dumbest friend is in a bar fight, you know? And they're over there talking trash, or you're like, he over there, though. I would never be able to get there in time. There's nothing I could possibly do. He's kind of on his own, which is a shame. I wish I could help, but he's all the way over there, and that other guy is very big, and no one was talking to me, so... In case you don't know, in case you missed it, which is understandable, there were 2 astronauts that went up, Butch and Sonny, and they went up to the International Space Station, and they were the first to, I believe, man this Boeing Starliner. So they went up in this Boeing Starliner, which some would say was a mistake. Because I don't know how many news stories you consumed last year, but Boeing was not having a fantastic year. And Boeing has different divisions, by the way. It's not all one thing. It's one company, but it's not all one thing. Everybody's not working on everything at the same time. So the plane people and the space people aren't necessarily the same, but by and large, as a company, wasn't looking good.
Wasn't looking good.
You know? And so they went up to the International Space Station with this Boeing Starliner. And I'm not going to act like I understand or know how to do what astronauts do. I don't get it, and I'm glad that they do. Because astronauts, NASA, all of these experiments that they do in space have yielded incredible things for us down here on Earth that you wouldn't necessarily even connect to space. You know, like memory foam, inner ear thermometer, all the times that they've had to solve a problem up there, it's led to us having something dope down here. So keep going to space. I think that that's great. I don't know what you do up there, but all I know is it makes my life better, and I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Because everything I know about working in space, I know from the movies. And whenever I see it in the movie, it's just the astronaut outside of the ship with a wrench. Every time I see it, it's Sandra Bullock or Bruce Willis outside the ship.
And the wrench.
Just... I don't know what it is about space that makes screws so loose, but like... I genuinely assumed that a quarter of being an astronaut was just tightening. I don't know why space is so loose, but it's just you gotta keep it tight all the time. And so they send them up there, and this Boeing Starliner had a bunch of other problems. It had a bunch of other issues on the sort of unmanned tests that they were doing, you know. And so it's very brave of them to even go up there and be doing these experiments and try and make a better world for us, you know. They get up there, and they're supposed to be up there for like 8 days, right? And I don't know if they caught it or it got caught down here, but there were a bunch of problems with the Boeing Starliner. Some of them were helium leaks, because helium is incredibly hard to just capture, just keep it so light, and it's very easy to escape. And then they were worried about the thrusters, and so they were worried about control issues if they were to come down, right?
Finally home. Hell yeah, man. Cheers.
Because Boeing used to be a better company. Boeing used to be a company that put engineers and innovation first. And then they had a bit of a merger, and that merger started to prioritize shareholders, prioritize the money. And so some of that innovation, some of those engineers started to fall to the wayside, and you have what we get now, planes that make you a little nervous and ships that only go one way. Because, make no mistake, Butch and Sonny are fine in the sense that they are the most seasoned astronauts that we have. You know, Sonny has logged potentially more hours than I think any. She had 322 days in space, and she has logged like 50 hours of spacewalking and everything. She's like a true veteran, and even before that, she was a diver in the Navy, and she piloted combat helicopter.
Know that I was also.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all.
Oh shit! Wow, haven't had that happen yet.
Like, she knows what she's doing, and Butch is the same way. Butch had already been on missions before this, and to be fair, this was going to potentially be one of their last missions. And so for them to go up in space for those 8 days, them getting some extra days, maybe they don't mind. I just am trying to not project how I would feel. Because if it were me, because once again, I'm not an astronaut. I can never be an astronaut. Not good enough at math, throw up too easy. So
too easy.
I don't give off astronaut, right? But if it had been me, if I had gone up into space, it was supposed to be 8 days, and then they were like, ooh, that ship, may not be able to send you back down in that ship, I would be like, oh, okay, cool. So when's the next ship coming up? And so some of this is being explained to me by my friend, so forgive me if I'm like a bit incorrect, but he's saying that not only are they good because of how seasoned they are and how much they genuinely love being in space, but also because they have these like pods and stuff and different things they can send up to give them supplies, give them food and everything, give them things to continue their experiments, more wrenches. I don't know what it is, but like they can send stuff up. And so in my head, I was like, oh, okay, all right. Like if you can send stuff up, like you can send a pod up or whatever, then why don't they just, like why don't they just hop in the pod when all the food, like after they get all the food out and they eat the food, oh, delicious, and then they get in, they could get in the pod, right? And then take the pod down. He's like, no, it doesn't actually work like that. You know, it's not a manable ship and it's too small and everything. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Why don't they make a bigger pod? You know, enough to like fit people with just some seats, just for fun, just some seats. And then they send that up, and they could even put like an Xbox controller in it, just to have something, you know? And then send them down with that. And he's like, Josh, it doesn't work like that. Like, everything you're saying doesn't make any sense. And I was like, okay, I understand that everything I'm saying doesn't make sense, but the way it does work is also sound like it doesn't make sense. To me. Just to me. All right? I'm not Butch and Sonny, and I'm not going to speak for them. I'm talking about if I was in space for too long, if it was me, which it will never be. It's not going to happen. I would pass out. So this isn't even a problem that we really have to discuss. I just couldn't get it out of my head. Because in my head, it's like to send me something, but not let me come back down in the thing you sent me would be like if I was stranded. Imagine, stranded on Earth. Let's say I'm just stranded on Earth somewhere, and you're worried about me, and you're worried about me having supplies, having food and everything. So you send me an Uber Eats. But then you go, no, don't get in the car. Don't get in the car. That's not how this works. This is not a car. This is a burrito car. See, you don't understand rocket science. This is a burrito car. You just try to get in any kind of car you want.
It's just, I know, I'm going to bring this back to the whole politics of the show. Just remember, these are the, like, what he's joking about is actually the voting, like, that's the electorate.
That doesn't make sense. Stay there till we come get you with a car. Oh, it's tough. It really is. Because if you read articles and if you listen to interviews with Butch and Sonny, they're not just in great spirits. They, if they're to tell it, are getting all this extra time in space. Space is their passion, it's their happy place. And so it's somewhere where they can go that is unlike where any of us can go. They see a perspective of the earth that most people will never get in person. That's beautiful. And the expanses that they get to wake up to, that's incredible, you know? And so if this really was going to be one of their last missions and it lasts all this extra time, there is something to be said for like, wow, I really got to spend a surprising amount of time in space. And I hope they feel that way. I really do. I just know if it was me, I would also be putting a good face on. So that way, everybody's working real hard to bring me down and I can whoop some ass. That would be... Because you know how when you're on the phone with like customer service or something, you got to be extra nice, even though you get madder and madder and madder. Because if you start cursing, they're like, every time you swear at me, my computer seems to jam up. I don't know how the two are related, but they definitely are. May want to fix your attitude. No, I'm playing as nice as possible until I get down. And best believe when I get down, we're having it out. And I'm not even like a bad man like that. I can't even fight, but I tell you, I'm biting the first person I see. I cannot swing, but best believe I will catch a mouthful of your chin, all right? You leave me up there all this time? What's wrong with you? You must be out of your mind. You got me. Because look, I believe it. I believe that they love being in space, but everybody has a bad day. And I think a bad day in space is an extra bad day. Let's say you wake up, and it's just one of those days. You wake up wrong side of the pod. You know, very upset. And all you want to do is brush your teeth and maybe go read a book or something. You know? But you take your eyes off your toothbrush for 1 second. Now all of a sudden you... Grab the toothpaste. Oh. Or maybe, you know, you got your coworkers up there. Butch and Sonny, I'm sure they get along, but there's other people in the space station that can leave. And so I'm sure, you know, you have your disagreements with your coworkers. We all have it. We all have it. You want to storm off. It's very difficult in space. You want to storm off, but it just doesn't hit the same. Because when you storm off, you want everything to be perfect. You want to be loud as you storm off, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? You want the feet to be slamming. If you slam a door, you want it to really shake after it slams and everything. You don't get any of that in space.
I was gonna say, this reminds me of the joke of I forgot who said it, but it was a really funny joke about how you can't get in a fight with one, like your girlfriend, like while camping, because you can't Oh, it was Mitch Hedberg. He's like, you don't ever want to get in a fight with your girlfriend while camping because you can't slam a flat. You can only zip it really fast.
I remember one time I was trying to storm off. I felt like I was in the right, and I was done. I was really angry, and I tried to storm off, but I had a small hole in my shoe, and it had rained the day before. And so I was squeaking as I walked off. And that's a hard thing to come back from, because I had the storming off words ready. I was like, this discussion is over. So sure enough, you know, you want to storm off in space. Maybe your coworker's making you mad. And you've had enough of it. You've been up here for, you know, 2 extra months or whatever. You just want to go. So you're like, all right, that's how you feel. That's how you feel? All right, then you know what? You can finish the experiment yourself, because I'm out of here. I'm trying to leave. Well, I can empathize with where the astronauts are coming from, because I worked at a grocery store, right? And give me a second.
Give me a second. Damn.
That is wild. In the time I'm talking, I haven't built up enough trust that there's a point that I'm trying to... Y'all are rude. That's wild. Okay. Anyway. I used to work at a grocery store. And I worked at this grocery store, and one of the reasons I wanted the job and one of the reasons I got the job is because my apartment was only going to be 1 mile from my home store. So I could walk to work, and if I was late, could run, right? And then sure enough, when you get hired by this particular company, when you work for the company, you don't work just for that one store, you work for the district. And so what they can do is they can put you in different stores if they need to patch up. Maybe somebody quit and they need to patch up some shifts or something like that. And so when I first get hired, I'm willing to go wherever. And I'm only at my home store, but I'm taking up people's shifts. If anybody needs to switch with me or needs me to take their shift, I'm taking it if I can. I'm coming in every time they call me in because somebody called out. I'm actually coming in so much that I get a bunch of overtime, then they get mad at me and tell me to stop. But I was like, you called me. So I'm sorry I didn't self-snitch on the way in that this was hour 48 this week. Like, thought you needed help. And then one day, I get put on a different store, a store that's really far from my apartment. And it was because someone had quit abruptly, and so they needed someone there that week. So it was only supposed to be that week. And I get there. I had never been to this store before, but it's in a bad, it is in a remarkably unfortunate, it is in a bad neighborhood, okay? And I don't mean bad neighborhoods in like they have crime sometimes. I'm talking about fundamentally everything about this place felt like the worst version of the Twilight Zone. This is the only place I've ever seen on 3 different occasions a rat walk out of the trap. And Tom and Jerry style, like really starting his day, yawning and everything, stretching his legs and stuff, going about his day. And it was one of the big industrial traps. I don't even know what's in those things, but it's supposed to kill rats. And that's where he was chilling. So these are grizzled veteran rats. And I go in the store first day, I'm ringing people up and everything. And this one person comes to my line. She only had 1 item. I scan her protein bar. She pays me, and as she's paying and she's putting the cash in my hand, she leans in a little bit, which was odd. That's not something that you normally do. And then when I'm handing her change, she says, "Thank you. There's a poop in aisle 5," and then walks out. And I'm sure she didn't do it. I'm sure she didn't do it. But the way she walked out so quickly, I was like, do you have something to do with this? And so it's not really my problem. I'm hoping she was just joking. And so I just keep ringing people up, right? I'm just continuing to ring people up. And then my manager comes over, and my manager is like, hey, Josh, we gonna switch you off a register and put you on the floor for a little bit. Because, you know, there's so many crazy things happening today. And so I'll go ahead and switch with you. And so then I had to count out my till and then go to the floor. Now, I'm still not electing myself to go to aisle 5, right? I went straight back to the back room to grab some chips that were out in front. And so I grabbed the box, and I'm opening the box and, you know, starting to stock the chips. And I hear a scream. And so I'm like, okay, it must be real. I just hear someone go, whoa, whoa, whoa. And so then I just keep stocking because I'm like,
you can really react to shit. No,
I don't want that to be part of my life, right? And then I get a tap on the shoulder, and it's my manager. She's like, hey, there's a whole like situation on aisle 5. If you don't mind checking it out real quick. And in my head, I'm like, I thought you were gonna be ringing people up. You just been trying to set me up this whole time. Using some very convenient language. And so I walk over to aisle 5 and I see it, right? And the only thing on aisle 5, on the way to aisle 5, by the way, I passed 2 people who were running away from aisle 5. Like, fully bumped me out of the way. Just like, huh, huh, huh. You know, like when you're in a zombie movie and everybody's running in one direction, but you got the shotgun, so you got to head towards the zombies. And so then I turn the corner, I see it, and the only thing on aisle 5 is it and one guy, and that one guy is looking at it, and then he looks at me and goes, I didn't do it. Didn't think you did, dog. Like, I understand you being just as shocked as I am. And so then I go to the back because I don't really know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, this has been laid at my feet, and I don't feel prepared. And so I grab the broom and the dustpan and the kitty litter. And so that I go ahead and like scoop and litter and everything. And that was day 1. That was the first day that I worked at that store. The second day, this older lady walked up to me at the register. I started ringing her up and everything, and she was hitting on me hard. And she was hitting on me in the way that older people can hit on you because they're not saying anything vulgar, but they're being very vulgar at the same time. They're not using the words, but you can tell the intent is there. And so she walked up and she was like, hi, young man. And I was like, that's the wildest I've ever been called young man in my life, because she really hit that hard A with the man. It lasted forever. She's like, how you doing, young man? And I'm sitting there like the name tag says Josh, like it. And so I'm ringing her up, and she's like, "What you doing later?" And I was like, work. I'm just ringing things up as fast as I can. And then she's like, "Can you bag it for me?" I was like, "Sure." So I'm putting it in the bag. She looks at me and she's like, I like the way you do it. And I'm like, you can see what I'm saying. Like, this is X-rated, what she's doing to me right now. But it's all under the radar. It's all, if you try to call her out for this right now, she'd be like, I'm not doing anything. But like, we can all hear it together right now. Like, I like the way you do it. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Meanwhile, I'm just ringing up can after can of prunes. It's just nothing but prunes. It's like the store's worth of prunes. In my head, I'm like, there's no way she's gonna be able to carry all this. Put the last one in the bag. And she was like, I'll see you when I come back. And I've never felt more undressed in my life. It was day 2. And day 3, I was ringing somebody up. My manager walks up and they're like, hey, just so you know, watch that guy over there. You know, turn your head, watch that guy. And she pointed to this dude and she was like, look, we forgot to mention this, but he does come in here periodically and you just need to watch him because he will eventually start arguing with the cantaloupes. And I always try to be respectful of my bosses and stuff, but I did turn to her like, what am I supposed to do about that? Break it up? Like, what do you expect? Why you even tell me this information? We have a security guard, right? And so I'm bringing people up, and like 5 customers later, I hear in the distance, don't talk to me like that. And so immediately I turn my head to our security guard. Our security guard, all I see is his back foot walking out of the store. Because we always had security guards on hand because it's a bad neighborhood and everything, but at the same time, they were allowed to take their break whenever they wanted. So then I think he saw the cantaloupe argument breaking out. He was like, that sounds like a great time to have a snack. I'm hearing a snack right now. And so my manager comes over and she's like, we should go say something. And so we walk over and this dude's holding this cantaloupe and, you know, letting the cantaloupe have it. And he's like, you always do this. And so I'm like, hey, sir, how you doing? Hello? Hi. And he's not listening to me at all because this is the point in the argument where he got his receipts ready. He's like, no, because last time you said, he's like making all of his really good points and he doesn't want to be interrupted, right? I was like, hey, could you just keep it down a little bit? You're scaring some of the other customers, right? And this guy was like, oh, I'm sorry. Which I could not have seen coming. This guy goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get loud. It just, you know how it is. I was like, yeah, no, I know, yeah.
You know how.
I'll go back to ringing people up, and then like several customers later, maybe 10 customers later, I see this dude in my line. And I start ringing up this one customer slow because I was like, maybe someone else will finish in time for him to get in another line. I do not want to have a conversation with this dude. And as I'm ringing them up, this guy's holding the cantaloupe and he goes, don't start again. Don't start again. And right as I look up, he's like, you know what? We're through. And he slammed the cantaloupe down. And I know he was arguing with a cantaloupe. But in that moment, I was like, oh! This dude storms out of the store and everything.
I get it.
And I gotta clean the cantaloupe up.
Oh.
And as I'm cleaning up, I'm like, I'm sorry he hurt you.
I'm sorry.
And that was just 3 days working there.
Jesus,
you know,
dude.
3 days working there. And I was supposed to be there for a week. And they ended up having me there for 6 months. So when I tell you I can empathize what the astronauts are going through, like
Okay.
some of y'all
For real.
should be glad because you didn't believe in me at all. Like, Like some of y'all, as soon as I spoke, you're like, he thinks he's an astronaut. Because even if you love space, even if you love being up there and that's your happy place and everything, which I totally get, and I hope that that's the case. I'm sure if you went up there and they told you it was going to be 8 days, that you probably had plans. It was June of 2024. I'm sure you wanted to do something else before the end of the year besides float. You know, I'm sure they would love to. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it, probably vote in person. That probably would have been great. And now they're up there. And I even saw an article that said that they had initially said it was going to be February of 2025 when they were able to get them down. They told them that in September. And then it got pushed a little bit more, so to like March of 2025. And then I just saw an article that said that there have been some developments, and they may actually be able to go up there and get them early. If it were me, I'd be like, don't say early around me. Don't say early around me at all. Because Butch and Sonny are up there, and they're going to be returning to a very different Earth.
Where are they?
Which might be why they so cool with being left up there. That might be it. They're probably like, nah, I'm good. I'm chilling. Don't worry about me.
All right. Well, I linked his special there for you guys. Oh, dude, the fact that he cranks these out within like 2 weeks of each other—that's insane. That is also an insane level of confidence as a comedian that I really appreciate. So, which he deserves to have every bit of exposure that he's getting. All right, so we did it. We are at the end of stream, so I'm going to hit this music, and then I'm going to see y'all tomorrow at the normal time, 4 o'clock, and we got a lot of fun to get to. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of copium videos with the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. I'm expecting that to be pretty much half the content tomorrow, and then we definitely have some MAGA regret videos that I want to get to, and then we have a we have a few conspiracy videos that I wanted to check out to see just where specifically. And it's to laugh at it, guys. Like, this isn't, I'm not treating it with seriousness. Like, I'm not doing that shit. No, there's some conspiracies going around, like, from QAnon that are now, like, it's the Ouroboros, where it's like, I have a feeling that by the next election cycle, somehow, some way, we'll be able to convince them to start voting for the Democratic candidate. So it will be kind of fun to see. Oh yeah, Gene Hackman, dude, I forgot about that. I wanted to cover that. Fuck. Yeah, the Gene Hackman thing. It's really sad, but yeah, his wife, like, she was only like 60 something, and then the dog too. Like, I don't know, man. It's not saying like there was anything like John Wicky or anything, but if I had to guess what happened is he probably had like a heart attack, because they said that they found him in the mudroom. So she panicked, couldn't picture her life without him, and then decided to do what she did. That's kind of my take on it. I don't know. Still depressing as shit. Just gonna say. But alright, guys. Cue the music and then head on off. Give me 1 second. Alright. Perfect.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today